7 can't hear anything. Can you hear things now? Did I really just do all of that with no... Yeah, for some reason my mic is showing no audio. That's just great. OBS has started really just not working for me a lot. I don't know why. All right, but okay. Do you hear this, or do you hear it from over here? It's hard to say where the audio. Let me see. I'm going to turn off the pod mic, and sorry if this makes noise. Okay, so that's not the mic that it's using. I don't know what mic it's using. Hey everybody. Well, that just sucked that we have a quiet intro. It's turned on. It shows everything, but for some reason it's not registering the audio, which is just great. It's not registering the audio. So yeah, as I was saying, I've been really upset with OBS over the last few weeks. Traditionally, it just works, which I guess is a good thing. But now I'm consistently having problems with it. So hey, we got 7 people on though. I'm going to try removing the pod mic and just putting it back. See if we can figure something out. Can it even delete it? No. It's like, no, I'm not going to delete that. Nope. Are you sure you want to remove the pod mic? Yes, I am. So what mic is it using? That's the eternal question. Like, where is it picking this up from? I got nothing. Let's see. And of course, it won't let me add any sources. So, who knows? My dad is here. Good evening. Eunice is here. Hola, Mr. Scott. KL7. Hola, Scott. Mary says, it's back on. He says, no, the laptop's over here. It would be weird if that was picking up the audio. Like, well, hold on, we'll tap it. No, when I tap the laptop, it's not coming on. You sound to the left. Well, what if I go way over here? Is that stronger? Or way over here? Or is it up here? See, I think it's coming off the camera. Which would make sense. The camera's hooked in by HDMI, but when I hit this microphone muting, it's still there, so that doesn't make much sense. Oh, what if I... Does that bring back the pod mic? Oh, no, I've still got to... It won't let me add any audio sources. This is just great. There we go. Create new... Not video capture. Create new pod mic. That's not useful. So the OBS is like super unresponsive. I click 100 times for it to do anything. Not happy with it tonight. All right, Mike says, yeah, it's the camera. How is the audio? Is it good? Like, does it matter that the good mic isn't on? It's not even the good Rode mic on the camera. That's not even plugged in because this is plugged in. And it detects this, like it shows it. It's just being stupid. But it's the actual unit is acting like it's not doing anything. I'm unplugging the mic and plugging it back in case anybody's wondering what I'm doing. I can't find it. I can't see anything on this desk. Really need more space. You have no idea how space constrained I am. There, now it's registering. Oh, thanks. Now it registers. So at least we know it exists. Alright, picking up more in the room. I'll keep playing with it, try to see if we can get this pod mic back on, but OBS is hating me tonight. Like, really hating me. I don't know. That is frustrating. You put in so much time and effort getting this stuff all set up, and then it just doesn't work anyway. here's a bunch of stuff. Oh, all right. I think it's having window problems, like it can't figure out what window to open for different things, which is super problematic. So anyway, let's get the show going. I'm just gonna play with this in the background, see if I can get something figured out. Hope everybody had a good week. It's weird remembering that I'm talking up there and not over here. I'm so used now to talking over here. I'm gonna move this mic. I don't need to have it in the camera shot now all the time. Might as well clean up the desk and have more space if that's what we're gonna do. Let's enjoy it. How's everybody's week been? What's going on? What's new? Fill me in. We've got, how many? We got 8 people on. A little bit. You guys are super quiet. I don't really have much. We did ban someone today. That's very rare that we do that. Had a cross the very fine line of lying directly to me, which there's things you can kind of lie about, like you can't prove it, but lying about me to me is not a smart way to go, because I know what I did and whether or not I did. I know when you're making things up just to lie to me. So, bullying the person who's the moderator makes no sense. It says, how's the weather? Warm. It's the rainy season. I'd like some more rain. We have a lot of rain, but Mike says, that's what she wanted to say to you. Oh, Monkey Man says, someone got banned. That's kind of exciting. It wasn't that exciting. It was a really boring banishment. He's like an old grump. Like, everything he posts is very negative, so I'm a little bit aware of him. And he posts a bunch of, like, questionable stuff, but no one thing's ever over the line. It's like, and eventually you're, like, just dreading this guy posting. But, you know, I try to have an awful lot of leniency, even though it's not an open chat and there are very strict rules. And he does not abide by the rules. But the most important rule, well, the most important rule is honesty. The second most important rule is to be nice. And he consistently isn't. So that really puts it into a kind of category. And when he got belligerent and lied directly to me, and did the lying to me to try to get other people to read it thing, no. Not at all. Not going to happen. And so, and even then, I didn't even know. Like, I wasn't paying that close of attention. Like, I know that you guys all have this amazing feeling that I'm, like, reading and contemplating every single post every single time. And I wish that I could, but I can't. And I don't actually see them all. My CEO just said, is it Friday already? Oh, God. I'm like, well, tomorrow. And so I don't see a lot of posts, or I see them really late. Sometimes I see them in batches. Sometimes I see them a week later. And so he emailed me this nasty email, calling me all these names and accusing me of all this stuff. And I'm like, this guy's deranged, right? Then 2 days later, I found some posts that he made accusing me of things that were demonstrably not true. Posting that I was deleting his post. I'm like, I'm reading your post. Like, how could I have deleted it if I'm reading it? And I'm always like, did I accident? Like, when people say that, it scares me. I'm like, did I delete someone by accident? But it never is the case. Like, I'm never deleting people. Like, I delete so little. If you're a bot and you're like, try my crypto plan, and then 100 bots are like, you know, so-and-so's crypto plan made me a billionaire, it will make you a billionaire. Yeah, those I delete, right, like instantly. But of actual thing of like things that might be people posting, I'm very careful not to delete. Like, it's a big deal for me to do that. So I typically remember that I've done it. Maybe I don't remember the details, but I'll be like, no, I did that yesterday. And this guy accused me of this, and I'm like, man, I can't remember deleting anyone for like, 2 months. Like, it's really infrequent. So in this one, I was like, when I saw his name, I'm like, oh, he is really a jerk all the time. And I know he's lying, but knowing he's lying and like straight up lying, still, I'm like, I don't remember banning him. I have no memory of this. Then I looked and he wasn't banned. Like, there was all this stuff. Nothing was, and there's these misunderstandings of how YouTube shows, and this is why I have some videos that talk about this. There's some ways that people think YouTube filters views of things that it doesn't. Or it does things that people don't know that it does, and they use that as an accusation against me, right? So if they like break a YouTube rule, so the famous person who did this was Paul Damon, right, from the real estate group in Granada. He was accusing me of deleting all of his posts and publicly doing this to try to discredit me. And what he was doing, which is weird, because he could have just not bothered to post at all and made the claim and been exactly the same. But he knew, because he was a huge YouTuber at the time, right? The biggest YouTuber in the country. He knows how YouTube works. He was intentionally putting in illegal content in all of his posts so he could claim he was posting, but I would never get a chance to moderate it because it was banned material. So it'd instantly be deleted by YouTube because it violated terms of service. So if you do that, if you break the YouTube rules, it doesn't go to, like, I can't allow it. I'm not allowed to break the YouTube rules on your behalf. So I never saw any of his posts either. And he would apparently did a lot of them and was very angry, he pretended, at me, but it was a setup because he was putting stuff that he knew had to be banned. It could not be allowed through, even for a millisecond. And basically, if you put an email address or a phone number into a post, it's instant banned, right? You're not in trouble for it. They just won't accept it. So if you ever want to accuse someone, right, take someone who doesn't know how posting works, who doesn't know how YouTube works, write a post accusing someone of something or saying something kind of nasty that should make them upset, but it's not okay to delete, kind of thing, and then just add something that looks like a phone number, something that looks like an email, include that, post it, and then be like, see, he deleted it. He doesn't even let you see it. And if they don't understand what you just did, it's like, you're right, I can't see that. They must be. So it's this really devious thing to do. Well, that's not exactly what this guy was doing, but I'm used to it. That was the famous example that people did this. So I was aware that people would intentionally throw away posts to accuse you of being some kind of censor. And that's what this guy was doing. He was putting a bunch of things that are marked as unacceptable in community rules and never making it to moderation with me. Right? If you just say something that's like slightly nasty, normally it ends up in moderation with me. If you say something that's a black and white, not allowed, it doesn't. It goes to quarantine directly, or not even to that. It goes into YouTube's nasty list, right? And so a ton of stuff goes there. I don't even see that stuff ever. But there's this in-between stuff that's far beyond my moderation, but not so nasty that YouTube will still let me see that they've done it. And that's where this went. And it was some nasty stuff. It was all mixture of hate speech and false information, which I can only imagine, right? He's an adult. He knows that he's putting stuff that can't be posted, and definitely knows he's breaking community rules. To then lie and say that I had moderated him, which I had not, was pretty far. And then to go into my email and try to bully me about something he falsified. Yeah, so then he was banned. That's a black and white. That's a request for banishment. Like, just, I'm not going to discuss it. So that's the one ban. Not very interesting at the end of the day, right? It is the last day of July. Eunice says, good people need to respect. It is true. Need a little bit of respect. It is 34C in Leon. That is, I don't know if, we get used to it. 34 is not hot, but yeah, you pretty much need air conditioning. If you're really good at high temps, you can do okay because it's very even all year round, but it's pretty rare. Even Nicaraguans would like air conditioning most days. Janet's sort of here, but in the class. Paul says, is having I already saw Paul post this. Is having AC a must in Leon? The humidity. I live in South Florida. Humidity's not that high. It's not low, but it's not high. We're kind of moderate, so it's better than 34C in South Florida for sure. But South Florida is not 34C as much of the year as we are. So it's warm, but it's not brutal. So average monthly cost of a 2 or 3 bedroom house with AC in Leon. So no house comes with AC. There's no average because there's no house. Never heard of one. I'm not saying there's zero, but there might as well be zero because literally never seen one, never heard of one. You always bring your own AC, always. So so there's a couple things there. This is a good topic that Paul brings up. I don't know Paul's handle. Paul might be new, so hey Paul, welcome to the live stream. And if you've been here a lot before and I didn't realize, sorry. So one, there are no averages. If I came up with the real average, mean, or median, it would be really misleading for you, one way or another. I'm not sure which way you would take it, but it wouldn't be useful because we don't have averages in the way that like North America does. Every property is just outrageously unique. Because the reality, all right, he is new. Good, I don't feel so bad. Welcome. So I do have a playlist on real estate here, which obviously for apartment rentals, only about 10% of the playlist has any chance of being useful, but it does cover some of this just so you know where to find this stuff. So here's the problems, and I'll do my best because no one else has questions, so we can dive into this. So the problem with so first of all, 2 to 3 bedroom is the majority of the market. There are essentially no 1 bedrooms, and 4s definitely exist. 5 and up are very rare, very rare. I have a 9, so they exist, but everything above 5 gets really, really uncommon. But 2 and 3, easily, I'm going to say 90% of houses are 2 to 3. So that's really good. That also means that the average you're looking at is the average of the market, not the average of your market. So the actual average rent on a 2 to 3 is probably sub $100. But that is in no way an average one that you are going to want. The average 2 to 3 that most expats would be happy with is much closer to 3 to 4, maybe 450. But definitely above 2, for sure. But that's you're generally expats are renting far above market rate. Not because they're being gringo priced, although that happens, but because they are renting upscale places, right? An upscale 3 bedroom could be, I know really nice ones for $550, like absolutely beautiful, beautiful yard, beautiful community, beautiful house. But the average 3 bedroom, yeah, super crazy cheap. But you also have to know somebody, right? Which is how it all works here. And then with AC, like I said, nobody has AC built into houses, and those of us who do, for example, I had an apartment, I gave it up today, we had AC in it. We're taking the AC with us, right? So even if you go and look at a place that has AC, like if you were to go look at my apartment that I've been renting, that AC won't be there when you move in, the same as the refrigerator won't be there when you move in. So we're in between Europe and the United States. In Southern Europe, like Italy, everything goes. The sink, everything. Things you can't imagine leaving the house will leave the house. They don't take the toilet. They don't take the tub. That's kind of it, right? Every single thing down to the countertops leave with you when you're in Italy. Here, in North America, US and Canada, everything stays. The oven, the microwave, the toaster oven, you expect it all to be there. Sometimes they even leave the plates, right? Not very often. But we leave everything. The place is move-in ready. Here in Nicaragua, we're halfway. All the appliances that are not nailed down, they all go. But anything that's actually part of any construction stays. So the toilets definitely stay, the sink definitely stays, but your refrigerator, your microwave, your air conditioner, all those things, they go. We don't use central air here. That would be different. That's one of the reasons why it stays in North America, right? If you're using a window unit and someone took it, you'd be like, yeah, of course. here, because the nearest thing to a architectural air conditioning is what we're trying to say, split units. And those are so easy to take out and put back in. People just take them with them. Now, if you can get into a rental and they haven't moved out yet, and you see AC that you want, you could be like, hey, I'll buy those off of you before you take them out. You could negotiate that stuff, of course, but you got to find the previous renter and so forth. So, basically assume nothing comes with the house. Yeah, the U.S. is super weird, Monkey Man just said. I just read in America, a house can't legally be sold without a fridge, stove, etc. It's not habitable. It's crazy weird. The U.S. requires things that much of the world doesn't even have, right? Like England, the average person in England doesn't have what the Americans would consider a full fridge. Here in Nicaragua, the average person doesn't have a stove, right? Those are not things that most people have. The median house doesn't have a stove. Clearly, many houses have a stove, obviously, but more don't. It's very, very, very common. And my apartment, no stove, even when we lived there, right? Marcela's house, no stove. Marcela's last house, no stove, right? And no space for a stove. They don't put in a spot to put a stove. Very normal. People just use range tops. People don't bake here. Partially because it's hot. No one wants to heat up their house with a stove, so they don't tend to. Most people cook on range tops. That is the mode of cooking here. So it's really amazing that the U.S. has laws that you must have things that much of the world would be like, that's not even a thing. It's not like, well, yeah, like the toilet. Like everyone's got to have a toilet, and having to bring your own on your first day is a major problem. But I totally understand the logic here of, I understand in North America there is a logic to let's stop moving the refrigerators in and out of houses. This doesn't make sense. Leave them behind. Appliances should be matched to the house. I get that. That's not as illogical as it might sound. If it wasn't for that, if they were highly portable or you didn't need one, then having one makes no sense and definitely smacks of corruption from the appliance makers, right? Why does every American house have an oven even if you don't cook? Because oven makers paid someone off to guarantee you had to buy 350 million ovens, right? Like clearly something's a bit fishy there because it wasn't that long ago that people didn't have those things in their homes. Maybe an oven, they go back pretty far, but a refrigerator, that's a relatively new thing, and you definitely can live without one. I wouldn't recommend it, but you definitely can. So let's see. Do you have hot water? I do. It's not common in Mexico. It is definitely not common here. Remember, we're really hot, so you'd be amazed how many people argue. Never Nicaraguans. They're always like, we would like hot water. You'd be amazed how many foreigners are like, you don't need hot water. It's so hot here. You still want hot water, right? There's reasons why you want it. There's reasons why it's convenient. It doesn't matter how hot it is outside. Going into an icy shower still hurts. It doesn't matter how hot it is outside. You still want to disinfect your plates with hotter water. Like, there's reasons why you want hot water at times. That we don't have it here broadly sucks. That's just reality. We use suicide showers in most affluent places that do have some form of hot water. It is suicide showers. That is electrified shower heads connected at the end, like in the shower with you. And yes, if you touch them, you do light up like a Christmas tree every single time. So yeah, crazy. Like, no one can believe that they're in there. They short out constantly, and every foreigner has some, oh, just do this, just do that. None of those things actually work. None of those are taking into consideration before anyone jumps in, right? Every time we explain how difficult it is to work with suicide showers, somebody gives a North Americans know better on how to plug things in. And yes, if you had an entire North American house and were installing one of these and had all the infrastructure of North American electrical, then there are better ways to do it. But we know that. And it's really crazy how much people just assume that electricians here don't know how to plug things in rather than are working with different materials. So the hot water situation here is scary and weird. No one ever actually dies from it, but boy does it feel like you will. It is not fun, and it's a constant challenge. They plug up, burn out, short out all the time, and they're always electrified. And I've been through dozens, right? Like, there's no exception. They all stop working super fast. They all light you up if you try to touch them. And they have adjustments on them. Those adjustments, like if you go, oh, I'm just going to, right? Because you're wet. And the water falling on you is the water that's electrified. So once your hand goes up, for me, I'm a little bit taller than a Nicaraguan, so they put the showers a little bit short. So if I stand, the shower doesn't actually hit my head. The shower head doesn't hit my head, but the shower head is close enough to my head that the water falling creates no air bubbles between me and the shower head in a normal shower. And the moment the air bubbles are gone, boom, I'm frying in the shower. And so I have to be super careful not to stand up. You have to kind of hunker down while you're in the shower. This is the reality of electrified showers. Paul says, talk a little about the cost of installation of appliances and AC, etc. Well, for appliances, normally you just plug them in. I've never known anyone to pay for the installation of appliances. As far as buying appliances, this is pre-embargo, so I bet this has flipped. But before the tariffs. Pre-tariff, we basically bought all of our appliances from the United States, and that meant that pretty much name the appliance, a Whirlpool refrigerator, would go into a store in Miami. We'd buy it in Miami at a warehouse. Not we, just somebody. They would put it on a boat that comes to Nicaragua, and then they would sell it here at a small markup. That was the process. So whatever the price was in Miami, we had to pay that plus the Nicaraguan overhead. So everything was about 10% more than in the U.S. Not terrible, but it was all a little bit more because everything came from the U.S. Well, now everything that goes through the U.S. is extra expensive. So that process is switching. We now have direct routes to China and are able to get things at a different price point than we used to be able to. And so because of that, we now, I expect, are going to start getting a lot of Chinese appliances, which is what we want. Because if you go to Bolivia, they have amazing appliances that North America doesn't get. I want all those appliances that Bolivia is getting, which are very affordable, super high quality Chinese products, to come into here. And so my guess is that the price of appliances here is actually going to go to 10% less than in the U.S. rather than 10% more. But right now we're kind of still in that transition. But it's starting to happen, right? Because we have direct shipments from China. So they get here faster and cost less to ship. So we've got a very bright future as far as that stuff goes. As far as AC goes, a typical high capacity unit, like you can't see, but I've got a big one right up here, is about $450 if you're really shopping around. Like, that's the low end. That's in a put in time. I shopped. I got a good deal. But I know lots of people who get about that deal. And that's a full split unit running on 220. Sorry, excuse me, I'm having a little bit of a beer. I can't believe I'm yawning already. I've got a long way to go. And installation, if you got a pro, goes and works in the U.S. as an HVAC pro kind of guy, which we do, about $300 to install. So it's not cheap, it's not nothing, but compare that to paying a landlord to rent an appliance that you don't own that's not well suited. And so if you were to rent a place and pay the electric, they'd put in an underpowered 110 unit and you'd pay extra in your electric every month. And when it breaks or wears out or doesn't keep your house cool, tough. So you want to be able to pick yours out and treat it well and be encouraged to do your own maintenance, which we do, right? So we buy units that we like for about $450. They're overbuilt for our size rooms. We get 220 units because they're more efficient, and over time we pay a little bit less. So that ends up being the much cheaper thing. It works out pretty well. So I'm actually, it takes a while to get used to, but I'm actually quite happy with the process here, and it really lets you customize things for what makes sense for you, which is really how you have to do things in a poor country. If you're in the United States, everybody can afford to have really high power, overpower everything. Right? Everybody's got a big oven, everybody's got a big fridge, everybody's got a big air conditioner, and you don't have to worry about losing renters because there's only 1% of people who want all those things, and the rest can't afford them. You have probably 90% who want all those things. Only a few would want to make do with less, and almost every potential rentee is able and willing to pay for them. And If they aren't, if they go somewhere else, those places are going to have all those things too. Whereas here, nobody has those things. If you wanted some specific, refrigerator with your apartment, tough. No one's going to sell it to you, let alone the place that you like. And so because of that, it creates a uniform market that makes sense, and it gives you the power everyone the power to buy exactly the appliances they will use at the size they need, and it works out way better. Here, the house actually came with a refrigerator, which was too small for us. So we added 2 more refrigerators to it. We don't like the one that came with the house. It's underpowered, too small, old. It came with 1 air conditioning unit just because it was a weird built-in thing. Underpowered, uses too much electricity. Like, it's terrible. We almost wish it wasn't there. But we probably should have replaced it long ago. But we don't, because we're kind of paying for it. Like, it's weird. And so those things don't end up generally working well, because the chances that the need of the person who built the place or rented it before you is going to match you is low. And the significance of the cost of the appliances is very high. And you heard it in the thing that I said, that an appliance here is a little bit more expensive than in the US. That's true. But an apartment rental here is maybe as little as 10%, but more likely 20% the cost of an apartment in the United States. Right? So if you're going to get a bare bones American apartment, you're figuring you're going to spend at least, say, $1,200. Well, you can get a bare bones apartment here for $120. That's 1/10 the price. So that appliance in America, let's say an appliance costs $100. Let's say it costs $120. $120 something in the US represents 10% of your monthly rent. That exact same appliance here would, one, cost a little bit more, about $130 instead of $120, and your rent might only be $120. So that one item could double, more than double your rent here, but be a drop in the bucket compared to your rent in the US. And so that disparity, or that difference in how things are priced, is incredibly significant when it comes to how we treat appliances. So in the US, no matter how many appliances they include, it's probably never going to be much different than 1 month's rent. But here, every appliance that they include is another month's rent or more. Well, it says about the power grid, is there intermittent blackouts? There's exactly the power you want. Let's put it that way. It is the right power. Americans don't ask the question that they actually care about, right? Americans are conditioned to ask about blackouts. The reason is because in the United States, and I'm not saying this is propaganda, I'm not saying that America tricks people into doing this, I'm saying that the way that power outages happen in North America is that they are infrequent and epic. Some of the biggest in the world. So when the power goes out in the United States, sorry JC, we're having a microphone issue, and my OBS cannot attempt to add a source. It's freaking out. I can't even figure out what it's trying to do. So we're stuck off the microphone on there. I'm actually going to go try plugging in the other mic. Give me 2 seconds. I'm going to plug in the camera mic, the good one, the Rode on it, and see if that at least makes it sound better. I don't know if it's going to freak out when I do this or just start sounding better. All right, how's it sound now? Well, it still shows mic, so I think it may have at least sounded better. Anybody? Got an opinion? So when you talk about power outages in the United States, for example, every power outage is big. Every power outage is hours, and it's painful, and you got to call the power company, and life just ends. And so we think of power outages in terms of how often do they happen, because it's the only thing you really need to know. In Nicaragua, we don't care how often they happen, because the typical power outage is seconds, and they happen really frequently. So if you have normal electronics for Nicaragua, lights, maybe a TV, really basic stuff, you don't care if the power flickers. Yeah, the light flickered. Does it affect anything? No. TV turned off, got to turn it back on. Okay. Right? Nothing really affects your life. 30 seconds without power. Okay. But when you are, when you then have computers and stuff, right, you care about different things. Well, I don't want my computer to restart. I don't want my internet to go out. I don't know, whatever. The thing that I'm working on, I want it to stay working. Well, if you have a laptop, you don't care about a few seconds of outage. You don't care about a few hours of outage under normal circumstances. Your laptop's just going to keep going. It doesn't notice. If you have real electrical equipment, like computers, you want to have batteries on them, right? Which everyone should. Even if you're in the US, you should have a battery on your stuff. So I've got a nice battery down here on the floor. I've got one in the other room where another computer is, desktops, and then I have my laptop. So because I have a battery on them, those little blips in the power affect nothing. We have power outages. We had a big one. It was like 5 minutes. Last week on the show. We kept broadcasting. My computer stayed on. My phone stayed on. My laptop stayed on. My camera stayed on. The only thing that went off was the studio lights. Right? And so having that UPS, that uninterrupted power supply, is necessary anywhere. And in all the years that we've lived here in Leon, never, ever once have we had a power outage long enough that my battery didn't accommodate it. Now, those batteries don't run the air conditioning, but the number of times that we've had to go to bed without air conditioning because the power was out, yeah, a handful of times, once or twice a year. We either go to bed without power, or sometime during the night we're without power for some amount of time. Mostly it's planned stuff and not accidents. The only really long outage we've had was the pole that connects to my house was hit by a truck and ripped out of my house. So I don't normally count that one because the only people that were out were us, and they still had it back up in 11 hours with a crew in my yard, right? But the power not being an issue you have to worry about is different, right? So if you ask the wrong question, how often is there blackouts? Oh, every day. Every day. Sometimes 3-4 times a day. Oh, wow, that sounds awful. How often are you impacted by that? Oh, never. No, once or twice a year, the kids and I will have to sit outside in the dark and have a chat while we wait for the power to come back. But my computer's on and stuff. Sometimes it's just, I don't feel like dealing with turning it on, or I'm not actually working at the moment. I don't feel like going and starting work just because it's the thing that has power or whatever. So I hang out with my kids. But not one time have I not been able to stay online and keep using my computer or keep using my TV or whatever that it is I have on the battery in all the years we've been here. So the practical question is the power situation one that makes you want to move to Nicaragua? Yes. If you want it in how frequently the power drops, then it'll be a very misleading, all the time. Now, 10 years ago, yeah, all kinds of real blackouts. That was a real problem. That was back when the power grid was bad. Monkey Man, AC going out due to power outage would be the biggest issue. It probably is, right? But honestly, if I have a little bit of plan, going to bed without fans or air conditioning is not a problem most days. As long as you know, right? So if I have air conditioning and I don't know, and the power goes out while my windows are closed and stuff, and then I'm just in a room warming up. But if I know I'm not going to have air conditioning, then I open the windows and I don't sleep under the covers. I actually prefer to sleep on top of the covers anyway, just welcome to the tropics. So I sleep on top of the covers. I've been doing that for years. That's just how I sleep now. And you just open up the windows, you get a nice breeze. And when Nicaraguans talk about how hot it is, keep in mind that the average Nicaraguan won't sleep with their windows open. They have one of those cultures that has this tradition that fresh air is bad for you. Or that scary things happen when you have fresh air, like there's monsters that reach in your window. So that is, and sometimes people ask, why does everyone have bars on the window? The real reason is because you don't want someone just leaning in and stealing stuff. But there's an additional reason that Nicaraguans often actually believe there are monsters that reach through the windows. So a lot of people are afraid of open windows, both open air and open. So they do a lot to keep them blocked at night. So when Nicaraguans are often talking about, oh, it's a warm night, they're talking about trying to sleep under blankets with only a fan and no fresh air and no air conditioning. Yeah, it is too warm for that. You're right. That's ridiculous, but that's what people are doing in many cases. So you have to, temper your expectations. If you're willing to have fresh air like me, I don't actually need air conditioning. It might be warm. I might prefer air conditioning, but I can definitely sleep without it in most times. And I live in Leon, right? If I can pull that off in Leon ever, I'm fine everywhere else in the country, right? If I'm in Managua for any reason and don't have air conditioning, it's always wonderful. Is my mattress breathable because of the heat? I don't have a special mattress. I wish it was more breathable, but it's just a regular mattress. Lucky man, the fresh air monsters, they're the worst. They are. They give you colds, pneumonia, they steal your soul, all kinds of weird things. Now we got quiet. And still, OBS cannot even try to add my audio device. I have no idea what it's doing. It's being so weird. I guess now that this microphone's working, it doesn't really matter, but I'm all bummed that I do all this work. What do you call warm degrees? Do you mean during the day? What's a hot day? Or is this the lead up of a joke? It sounds like a joke setup. What do you call warm degrees? I don't know. Fred. If you're asking what I think a warm day is, really 36 plus starts being really warm. I mean, 34 today is warm. I'm not going to say it's not warm. Everyone knows it's warm. But is it hot? No. And at night, right now, we're down to 32, but we're heading down to 24. Right? So when you think about sleeping at 24, well, if the outside fresh air is 24, I only air condition to 25. So now, yes, when you air condition to 25, it is dry. And when you just have fresh air, it's a little bit more humid. So that's true. And when you're running the air conditioning, it is blowing air on you. So that's a little bit cooler. But, Dubai is 40 plus, but it's a dry heat. But yeah, 27 would be a warm night. And here in Leon, that would be physically a warm night. Our nights generally drop below 27. I mean, if it was 27, you wouldn't be shocked, right? It wouldn't be oh, wow, it's so crazy warm. No, it'd just be a warm night. But tonight, we're in one of the hot, it's, the last day of July. We're in one of the hottest weeks of the year, and our nighttime temperature is 24 degrees. So if you can't sleep at 24, I'm not saying that isn't on the warm side for most people, but it's not bad. Is there anything that I need to do to get approved for the WhatsApp group? I only just now sent a request. I'll go see if I can find you. The WhatsApp approval system is a nightmare. My wife commented on the Expats group for the logo for tonight's thing, Honey Badger the Hacker. And Mike said it's his favorite live art so far. That is awesome. I got a lot of eye rolls from my daughter as to tonight's image. For those who don't know, my youngest daughter does the artwork every week for the show. And sometimes I request them and she's like, yeah, that's a good one. And sometimes she's like, oh, that's so dumb. And today she's like, badgers are dumb looking. I can't believe I'm drawing a badger. And if you carefully read the binary on his glasses, the large font says subscribe to the Scott Allen Miller vlog, and the really hard to read stuff says art by Luciana. Biscotta-ish? Biscotta-ish? Bisco-taish? That's a hard, there's a lot of bad options from that name. Let me know if you're approved or not. Well, man, the body adjusts to warmer temperatures too. Yeah, absolutely. It's just tourists who visit temporarily who never acclimate. They die without IC. Yeah, absolutely. We generally say 6 months. And everyone who hasn't been here 6 months, they're like, I will never acclimate. It will always be awful. And then they always leave, go back to winter, and then come back and go, see, I told you. And we're like, you see what you told us? Like, we told you if you did that, you would never acclimate. And here you are never acclimating. Who told who? Mary says, in the U.S., we have a lot of Chinese cabinetry for kitchens and bathroom vanities. Have you seen any of these prefab cabinets in Nicaragua? I've not. To be fair, I very rarely see cabinetry, so I'm a bad indicator. But I have not seen any of that yet. We also don't have the Swedish IKEA stuff either. Boy, do we wish we do. I just realized from Biscotaish's name that, so a discotheque is a place you go to dance, right? The disco, and then the tech is like, okay, I don't know the root of that word. I'm not really sure why it is the way that it is, but maybe it's because disco because they spun discs like vinyl records, and tech because like music equipment was technical back in the day. I don't know, but we all know what a discotheque is. But it just occurred to me that if you took biscotti, which is Italian for cookie, and mixed that with a discotheque and had like a bakery that just does cookies, it would be a biscotheque, and that would be an amazing name for a panaderia that specializes in cookies, especially if those cookies are around. I don't know why I said that. Anyway, I thought it was funny. Monkey Man, there's no IKEA in Nicaragua. No. The nearest IKEA is in Mexico. The nearest Apple store is also in Mexico. Luke, hola y'all, I survived my day and am now present and accounted for. Monkey Man says, how about Costco and Walmart? So Walmart owns nearly everything here. They're everywhere. Biscotta-ish says, haha, my usual username is Biscotta, like a female cookie. Oh, singular too, right. And you're in the group now. Perfect. Yeah, my username would be Biscotti, like a male cookie collection. I'm like a box of cookies. You've heard of a 6-pack? I'm like a 12-pack of cookies. Whatever that means. Okay, so I will have you know, Biscotta, that my all-time favorite dessert is real biscotti, plural for sure, in white, that you dunk in sweet white wine like they do in the hills of Italy. Oh, I love it. Okay, so we do have Walmart. We have real Walmart in Managua. Actually, I've never been. And then we have Scotty. Thanks, Luke. Thanks. But Walmart owns the La Union supermarket, the Maxi Pauli supermarket, the Pauli supermarket, and I believe the AM/PM Super Minis, along with probably some other things. So Walmart owns a ton of that kind of stuff everywhere. So the Walmart supply chain in country is massive. Costco, so the quick history there, Costco used to be one big monolithic company. It was Mr. Price started the company. Take a second there and think about the pun of the name. Mr. Price started a company called Costco. Ha ha ha. Yeah, he really did that. And it goes to show that you can make horrific train wreck of dad jokes in the name of your company and still become a billionaire. So take it for what it's worth. And let's face it, IKEA, what does that mean? Other than being a rememberable name, is that even a word? A memorable name? Instead of while being a memorable name, it means nothing. And a Swedish dude became the richest man in Sweden from starting that. So names don't help much with stuff. So anyway, Costco was this big joke that Mr. Price had, and it grew to a pretty big behemoth of a company. And at some point, he decided he just didn't want to deal with America anymore. I kid you not. And he just sold everything north of Mexico and was like, I'm done with you. Or maybe it was north of Guatemala, but somewhere around there, he's just like, nope, I'm done. I'm out. So he sold all of the stores up there to a conglomerate, and it's now known as Costco, as it always has been. And he took all the southern stores, those in the Caribbean and Latin America, and put his real name on them as a double joke, and now they're called PriceSmart. So PriceSmart here is built as Costco's, looks like Costco's, works like Costco's, has the Costco membership style, but they are not the same company. Before anyone asks a question that implies they are the same company, they are not. They simply look like Costco's, act like Costco's, follow the same business model, and have the same supply chain. So Costco and PriceSmart both jointly, equally, buy from Kirkland. So the Kirkland products are made for the two of them. So we can get all the Kirkland products. We can get them at American prices, just like you're at Costco. We do the samples just like Costco. You walk the aisles just like Costco. You pay with American Express or cash just like Costco, and on and on and on. They are unrelated companies other than having an interesting history and names that sound like they're somehow related. Well, everybody watch out. Luke's about to pull out his boomstick. Honestly, I don't eat hot dogs, so I don't know. I would only imagine. I know that the big thing here, because everybody has cheap hot dogs, is that they have pizza that's really good. Supposedly. I haven't had that either. Monkey Man says, Girl Scout cookies, are there Girl Scouts here? Essentially assume anything that's a non-profit or non-profit in North America is not here. They are... not persona, but organizazione non grata here in most cases, which I wish they were in the United States. All of those organizations have really, really bad reputations in the U.S., right? And often violate rules, laws, or ethics. The difference is that in North America, it is really common for nonprofits to get a blind eye in North America. And I've worked with a lot of nonprofits, right? As someone who works in business consulting, I can tell you, if I'm brought into a nonprofit, every engagement goes the same. Okay, seriously, you're going to bring in professionals to a nonprofit? Yeah, we want to know all kinds of things. We walk in the door, we're like, here's where your embezzlement is going on, here's the people taking the kickbacks, and and they're like, never mind, you can go now, right? Because they knew who was stealing every time. And they didn't think that the auditors were going to call them on it because it's an unspoken gentleman's agreement in North American nonprofits that no one who works with them will say anything and everyone gets a kickback. We don't work that way, so we get walked out the door on our first day every single time. No one believes it. They all think they can pay us off. Everybody, right? That's just how it works. So that's the North American market. So as a business consultant, if you say you're in a nonprofit, all I hear is I steal money from people, right? That's the function of a nonprofit. Is it physically possible to make a nonprofit that doesn't do that? Yeah, it's possible. But realistically, does it happen? Not realistically, right? Not a normal thing. And I've worked with nonprofits that you'd be like, but not these guys. Yeah, those guys. Have I, in all my wanderings, encountered nonprofits that were not that bad? I have, but it's extremely rare. And they were very worried about being that kind of company, right? Like they were acknowledging that risk, which most do not. So that's the North American approach to nonprofits, is to be like, rich people can do no harm, right? Because you have to be super rich to have a nonprofit under normal circumstances. In Nicaragua, the opposite happens. They put them under extra scrutiny. So companies that are used to running rampant with their excesses and their moving money around without being questioned in North America come here and think, the Wild West, small country, you can get away with anything, and suddenly find themselves under a level of financial controls that they've never imagined could apply to them, and a country that doesn't really want to see them succeed. They're not going to be like, oh, we caught you embezzling money, so we're just going to, look the other way, keep selling those cookies. They're going to be like, oh, hell no. No. And the Girl Scouts being an example, many people joke, but it's not actually a joke, that the Girl Scouts violate child labor laws in the United States. They also violate MLM disclosure laws in the United States. And But because they're a nonprofit, because they have a certain reputation, that is overlooked. They're above the law, right? As is often the case in the United States, the law is fungible depending on how rich you are. Here in Nicaragua, that is not how it works, right? The Girl Scouts, if they tried to operate here, would be even if they kept their books clean, would be in violation of child labor laws. They would be in violation of MLM laws, and would be in deep trouble because of that. So you're not going to see organizations that like that. Things that Americans are conditioned to think of as being good things, Nicaraguans are very much like, oh no, not with our people. No. Andrew O'Neill's here. He says hello. Scott Hossman is here. Evening from Canada. Good evening, everybody. We got 25 people on. We're doing all right. We got 25 people on before we've actually been getting started the last few weeks. I've gotten so much work done over the last month-ish, month and a half almost, that I felt taking the night off to really enjoy the live stream, take some time and just kick back and be like, I'm live streaming again. Was needed. I've been way too sucked in and enjoying it. It's been very good, very happy with all of it. It's been an excellent experience. It's been a long time since I got to do this kind of work and feel this way about work, so I'm really, really happy with that stuff. But the immense lack of sleep, like I'm truly down to about 3 hours a night. I'm working to the point where I'm passed out at my computer and then finally going to bed, and then I'm back in 3 hours trying to work, and it's been, in some ways, it's like I'm excited to, like, I'm not like, I have to work, I can't, no, I'm like, okay, I can solve this, I can do this, to the point where it's making me not sleep. But that's also good that that's what the driver is, that I'm like, oh, this is going to be solved, it's going to be great. And the feedback that I'm getting from my team and stuff has been fantastic. They're like, this is so exciting that we're doing this stuff, so encouraging, and fun as well. So, trying to turn down the air conditioning a little bit because it's just with the lights, it just gets a little bit warm. We had good food today. Just a little quick aside. My daughter Luciana and I have been trying for days. Anytime we try to schedule stuff, my gosh, I don't know if it's our lives in Nicaragua or just Nicaragua does this, but nothing can be scheduled ever. Any plan you make, no, never going to happen. The interruptions, the unplanned things, the who knows what, just never, ever happens. So finally today at kind of a brunch thing, I woke her up and we're like, we're doing it. We're doing eggs Florentine. And so she and I set up a whole production. And so first of all, thanks to Larry, who must have been last night, sent falafel shawarma to the house for the family. That was amazing. We like the place, Shawarma Leon, but we never get a chance to go there. We never get a chance to do delivery because they're on Petito's job and not with their falafel. So we never order them, and it's really hard for us to go out and grab things. So he actually was there, bought the whole family falafel and had it sent to the house. And I knew it was going to be really good. My wife knew it was going to be really good, but my daughters were kind of skeptical, and they both really liked it. So that was a slam dunk for food, which was awesome. And so at brunch today, my daughter and I are like, we are taking the time to cook together, because we try to cook together at least 3-4 times a week. And so we did a full production, and it was also Larry who orchestrated getting us English muffins. So we did eggs Florentine, which is eggs Benedict, but with spinach instead of ham. So we did, sautéed, wilted spinach in olive oil, and toasted English muffins, and poached eggs, like the real, like boiling water with the vinegar and the scooping out the eggs, like we've learned how to do that, and real hollandaise sauce, which we now know how to do. But we didn't have lemons; we had to try it with lime, so it actually worked pretty well. So that was our lunch. So we did this whole thing of that. And then, of course, always a food surprise. My wife surprised us with Burger King from Managua right after we'd eat. Larry's here. I'm touched as a VIP member. Didn't know my son and daughter-in-law will have to stay in a 9-bed home for free. When are they coming, Larry? No, I'm distracted. But yeah, so we cooked for lunch. That was really nice. I'm very dehydrated today. I need to grab more water here in a second. Patinka says, hi from me in Canada too. I just tuned in. I'll rewatch the first hour tomorrow. You don't have to watch the first 5 minutes. There's no audio. That's why I need people to hop on fast. Tell me when there's no audio. I wish I could figure out why the dialogue that's supposed to pop up and like give me devices isn't existing. Like I don't have anything special running on my computer. Everything's turned off. Yeah, I can't figure out what thing is killing. Like, I don't know if it's OBS just has problems. Maybe it needs to update. I don't know. Check for updates. I should do that. He says, okay, I'll zoom ahead. Oh, yeah, it can't even check for updates. What the heck? Yeah, OBS is not working. I definitely need to do some OBS maintenance or something. I think I'm running OBS off of a different hard drive now. Maybe it just can't handle it. That's a... Okay. I'm checking to see if that's true. That is not true. It's still running off of the main drive. Well, then I have no explanation for that. No idea. It just doesn't work like it used to. Luke says, thanks for roaming in the shawarma. Already posted in the WhatsApp last night's debacle at restaurant El Arabe. Oh, yeah. Oh, and the falafel from the place here in Leon is so much better than El Arabe. So much better. So very happy about that. I have been, over the last few days, very diligently cleaning off my hard drive. Everything like filled up, and I'm like, oh, this is so frustrating. Like, I do so much video stuff, and getting new computers is so hard down here, and just with work and everything. So, oh, we have an update tonight. So I was trying to get my hard drives cleaned up. So that's been a bit of work, but it's good. I need to do that sometimes. Everything just kind of collects, especially with the show. It just kind of piles up. What? I gave you my real password. Okay. All right, guys, I'm going to be right back. Just going to get some nice cold water. I'll be here. Talk amongst yourselves. Ask some questions. Bark? For whom does the dog bark? Honey. Was my dog barking as I came back? Ah, here I am. Here I am to save the day. Luke says, so you're saying you are bringing a cooler of food with you when you visit next, right? Chance says, I might get another drink too. I have another class in 10 minutes. Larry says, did you get fries and soft drinks as well? I think I bought 4 counts. I did, Larry. Thank you. It was all very good. Mary says, anyone have recommendations for where to buy quality mattresses in Managua or Rivas area? Well, PriceSmart for sure is going to have good mattresses. I feel like Curacao. So we have much less selection out here in Leon. We have a tendency to buy them at Mendoza, which is a local place. Curacao. I think Tropigas, Gallo Mas Gallo. I don't know if any of them like stand out as like, oh, that's the place. But those are kind of the options. But yeah, PriceSmart. Basically, if PriceSmart has something, it's going to be the place you want to go. And if they don't, then then obviously you got to go somewhere else. But that's kind of how it works. We make a point of getting almost everything from PriceSmart because we do have a membership, and we go in reality about once a week, but if not, once every other week, and that gives you a lot. There really is a lot of value. Now, if you're looking for the cheaper Chinese good, that's not the place to get it. But for all the stuff that's coming from the United States, that's generally the place to get it. Janet says, I got mine at Gallo Mas Gallo since Ramon's friend is the manager. Yes, but it's amazing Ramon's friends are not also the managers of all the others. That's the actual surprise. And my driver's license has a shipping label on it. Yay! Who knows when it'll actually arrive here in Leon, but there it is. I've never figured out the Gallo Mas Gallo marketing. Who thought that was a good name for a store? I do not know. Where do you shop? Gallo Mas Gallo. Rooster? War Rooster. Yes. So, weekend plans. What do people have planned? I guess it's August. Trying to read all the groups as well while we're doing this. I need more I tried to put stuff up there, but oh, there we go. Nice. I just gotta figure out where the tabs are. My old eyes. I honestly don't know. I'm gonna get there it is. There's the badger. We're gonna get the chat up. Sorry, everybody. There's the ads. I can support my own channel by watching the ads. How far behind is it? Eyes, honestly, I don't know. Oh, yeah. That was just me setting up. We're good. Tony is here. Hello, Scott. Janet says, Nicaraguans thought the most rooster is a great name. It's Rooster More Rooster. Best quality is at Simon's in Managua. Most expensive as well. One used to be at Curacao, but something happened there. Now we don't shop there. The manager is gone, evidently. Larry says, I'm planning on bringing my quad to the beach and have brisket. All right. Luke says, reminder to plug for the GoFundMe donations. I'm still holding off on plugging for them because we haven't gotten full clearance that they're sending them yet. We're still fighting with that. The GoFundMe is open, but it's convincing GoFundMe to actually do the thing they're supposed to do, which I'll try to see if they've said anything today. They did send me something today, but something irrelevant. So I am not seeing a response from them. No. So I did reach out to them, and they have not yet gotten back to me, because their whole thing is, oh, we need all this extra stuff that we secretly didn't tell you about, like, thanks. Not at all happy with how they handled that stuff, and they've not yet. It's only been a little bit. Like, I'm not saying that they're not being responsive, but waiting for that. So I'm trying not to plug it as much as it's super important. Also, not plugging it. John says, what can you tell me about the new coastal highway? that everyone asks, and there's really no update. It's a coastal highway that we have not seen anything even close to it up here. Down south, people are reporting that some of the communities are starting to be hooked together. It's funny, some people are like, it's everywhere, it's really connected. And most of the places along where they're at are like, yeah, we see it, but it's not connected. But it's just a new highway coming up the coast. So honestly, my take is, what do people imagine it's going to do? Because every time I ask someone, so if you're in the San Juan del Sur area, like 15 kilometers away, we're hearing that it's going to take a 2-hour drive down to 20 minutes. That makes sense, because people right now are driving way out of their way and trying to, it's like it's ridiculous to go to the next town. But unless you're going from beach to beach, which isn't something people do very much, it's hard to imagine where the actual value is going to be. Even as someone who lives on the water, we don't care, right? It doesn't give us any benefits. Can we get to Ponaloya faster? No. Brasiles faster? No. Any place we want to go to faster? No. Places we don't want to go to faster? We don't think so. It would have to destroy wildlife preserves to do it, and what's the value? We don't know of any. So we don't think it's actually going to do that there. So we're very much we're unclear what it's really going to do, and they haven't said where it's going to go yet. In Rivas, the heavy tourist zone, I think there's some spots where it's going to be super beneficial, but outside of it, it's hard to imagine it having real value, because everyone is connected based on what works today, right? Like, oh, we're close to Corinto, but is there value to us being closer to Corinto? I don't think so. Because the reality is that coastal towns don't drive from one coastal town to another. It's just not a thing we do. And the same is mostly true in the U.S. You're not staying on one beach and going, man, I really wish I could get in the car and drive to a bunch of directly connected beaches. You may want to go to another beach far away. You may want to go to another beach, but it's unlikely that you're, in many cases, going to be like cruising from beach to beach, one right after another, and just being like, yes, I'm so glad that I'm driving alongside the beach. But there's a lot of potential to destroy the beaches or access to them along the way, because they're very small and fragile. So there's a lot of potential negative coming along with any new highway. Now, I'm sure they're handling it well, but part of that handling it well is we don't know if it's going to a lot of the places. But isn't Leon our own Bel Air and San Juan del Sur our own Malibu? Isn't it going to be postcard quality? Yep, Pacific Coast Highway. Yeah, so the other thing is, we're not like the Pacific Palisades, right? It's not like these high cliffs running between the beaches where you have these immense views and it's so beautiful to drive along. You're going to be driving through the swamps of our beach towns. And so I don't think the drive is going to be that amazing. I am interested when people ask, what is it about the coastal highway that makes someone have interest in it? Because, like, as someone who lives here, we don't talk about it. No one thinks about it. When they announced it 5 years ago, we were like, oh, interesting project. And like we were told 5 years ago, it would take 10 years. And at the pace they're going, that sounds about right. And that's a good pace, right? That's not like, oh, they're so slow. That's moving really fast. So it's been 5 years since they started putting it in, and it's exactly where we expect. All right, are we back now? Now it's saying we're back. So who knows how much we missed there. So my question is, what prompted someone to hear about the Pacific Coast Highway, and what about it is interesting sounding? Because every time I hear someone mention it, it's when I've asked this in the past, it seems pretty universally that people think it's something completely different than it is, and that it'll provide something that they think we don't have that we do have. And so I'm always like, it's kind of like the canal, right? Because obviously we don't have a canal. But people are quite often like, oh yeah, this thing about the canal, that thing about the canal. And it's like, so where did you hear about this? And what makes you think it's interesting, given that, the reason we don't have one is because it isn't interesting. What have you been imagining? The Pacific Coast Highway is very real. And I think it's going to be a good thing. There, we got a commercial break. I think it's going to be a good highway. I just don't think it's nearly as interesting as people believe it to be. I am watching some Mi Cafe commercial. All right, are we back from the commercial break? I'm back from the commercial break. Yeah, so I'm interested. Inquiring minds want to know. Will it replace the Pan American Highway? No, in no way. It's not replacing anything. So the Pan American Highway, one, does exactly what it's supposed to do, which is never supposed to go along a coast. Not that it's not allowed to go along a coast, but it never does. It's not its goal. The Pan American Highway is the spine road meant for transit, right? So the new Pacific Coast Highway is not going to have any real connectors. It's just a side, right? So if you have a main road, and then you have a road that comes off and runs along, like the Pacific Coast, this is the Pan American. You have to come down the Pan American, hop off, go along, and then you have to go back to the Pan American to use the Pacific Coast Highway. That's all it is a side road of the Pan American. It doesn't go anywhere on either side. Eventually, it's going to connect to the Pan American bypass. It's not even going to go along the Pan American at its northern extent, because the Pan American goes through the mountains. Because it goes through the main cities of Central America, that's its goal. So it's not a road that anyone would use to get from anywhere to anywhere, except from beach to beach. So its starting point is essentially San Juan del Sur, and I don't even think it's that, Luke, because something like 10 times more people will live along the Pan American than the Pacific Coast. The Pacific Coast goes through the uninhabited areas. That's its whole point. That's why there's no road now. It's all areas not big enough to have bridges and roads before. Because you're connecting fishing villages together. Like, it's kind of a weird thing. So it'll connect San Juan del Sur to its immediate surrounds. That's actually important. In the San Juan del Sur area, there's a bunch of semi-popular, very isolated beaches that have loads of wealthy people and no historic infrastructure. And so they're very isolated from the businesses at San Juan del Sur, and San Juan del Sur wants to sell to them. That makes sense. Once you get any distance from San Juan del Sur, I'm not sure there's any place along the coast that I can picture it being useful. Look, I'm sure people who are far smarter about Nicaraguan tourism and infrastructure needs than me have come up with good reasons why they need it. And it certainly gets a lot of attention outside the country, right? For some reason, people who are not in Nicaragua are just obsessed with it. And people in Nicaragua are like, what's it for? Who's it for? Even the tourists we know, we don't know what it's for. Yeah, the thing that surprises me, Luke, is that, so it's really interesting to people who aren't here, but I'm not sure how it's interested to them in a way, like, to me, I can't figure out what makes them excited about it. Like, why would they care? Why, living here, we're like, why do we care? But to someone who's just visiting, really don't understand, why would you care? Like, how are you going to use it? You're not here. I actually live on what's supposed to be the Pacific Coast Highway, and we're like, Hall of Fame game for NFL season, San Diego versus Detroit. starting now? Soon? I don't know what time zone. I know what time it starts, but not what time zone. And so the important things for the Pacific Coast Highway, people tend to think it's getting new border crossings. It is not. It does not connect to Costa Rica. Costa Rica also doesn't have a coastal highway to connect to, nor are they interested in one. Nor do they want to have a second crossing where we already have a crossing. That's the really amazing thing, is that people are like, so many people say to me, finally there'll be a crossing to Costa Rica. And we're like, you do realize that the #1 crossing between Nicaragua and Costa Rica is right there already. Like, that's what we go over all the time. When we say border runs, that's already where we're going. Oh, my dad says it's the Hall of Fame game in Canton, Ohio. That's my dad's hometown, Canton, Ohio. Right there, so. Woohoo! Now, what they need to do is put in a ferry at San Juan del Sur that goes down to Santa Elena in Costa Rica. That'd be kind of interesting. But there's nothing there in Costa Rica, right? That's one of the problems we have with Costa Rica, is that the Costa Rica up against Nicaragua is empty. If you've ever driven across there, there is nothing. Nothing. So empty. I think it's starting to develop. Like, it could be cool. And I think if they put in a ferry between the two, it could become this really cool thing. But as it is, that is a very uninhabited area. I'm just looking at the map to see where the Pacific Coast Highway has to go. Like, there's already a road there, right? So it's just taking a really terrible road and turning it into a good one. And then past where the Chocolate turns and goes inland, there is a very isolated set of villages along there. But that's so mountainous. I don't know that they're going to put a road right along the water. I think they're going to go inland where there's already a road. I don't think it's going to be that close to the coast. And then you can't go much past Popoyo, just like Astillero. That's like as far as you can possibly go. And that portion, I believe, is done. And I have seen on the Pan American, they've already connected it. So you can go check it out. There's the Pan American. Yeah. So if you're looking, there's a famous bridge at Paso Real de Ochomogo. The Ochomogo Bridge, which they're never going to have anything bypass that, right? So the current, so it's Nicaragua 62 is the Pacific Coast Highway. That comes into Ochomogo on the Rivas side. So the Ochomogo River, Rio Ochomogo, is the border between Rivas and Granada. So this is the border between isolated southern Nicaragua and populated Nicaragua. And the river actually has people living all along it. It's really interesting. And it goes all the way to the lake. There are no roads crossing it. There's one bridge that crosses this really large river, and that is the Puente Ochomogo. That is the famous Nicaragua drug choke point. That is the heaviest inspection point in the country. They inspect nearly everybody. You will always come to a crawl as you come through there. That's why the Pacific Coast Highway is not going to bypass that choke point, and it already has been built. It comes in just before the bridge, and you can see it. When you pull up to the bridge, you look over and you're like, oh, there's the new highway. You can see it very, very clearly because it's actually an intersection. And it's neat, you know, they put in this big new road and things are along it, and it drives basically in Rivas, one house into Rivas, and just sits on the border. It then goes towards the coast, and it, I just keep following it, and it goes down to Las Salinas de Nagualapa. which is basically the town behind Popoyo. So it's on the north side of Popoyo, northish side of Popoyo. So even Estillero is past the highway. And so the amount of Rivas that's been put onto the highway or will be put onto the highway that it wasn't already on a highway is only like 20%, maybe, which is not nothing by any stretch, but it's, it's more of just improving the roads that are there, and only for that little bit. Past that, we've heard rumors that some amount of the highway near Huehuete is done, but again, there's already a road down there, so all they're doing is widening the road, I think, which makes sense, right? I'm not saying that's a bad idea. That's exactly what you should do, and then that road already goes all the way, and then it just has a break. You need to go. There's a river that doesn't have a bridge. They got to fix that, and then they've got a few little spots, and then Pochimil. So there's a little gap before Pochimil, and basically what it is every departamento has its coastal area. The Pacific Coast Highway just has to do the connectors between them, and it can't do Rivas to Carazo. There's no option there. And so the others, Carazo to Managua, Managua to Leon, Leon to Chinandega, are the places where you do it. That's about it. Otherwise, we actually have quite a bit of the coast taken care of. The one area that's like, oh, that'll be different, is like the totally isolated Grand Pacifica, which is in the middle of nowhere. That will finally be connected to Transito and other surf areas, in theory. But once you get to Leon, we've got highway all along the coast. There's always a road. As far as I know, we are the only departamento that has its entire coast already has a Pacific Coast Highway. We don't cross the wildlife preserve where we're not allowed to. So we have a break there, and then there is no bridge between Playa Tesoro and Puerto Sandino. Well, that's because there's a major port, and you'd have to go over the port. But once they put in that bridge, we're going to be connected. Like, we've already got those roads. So it's for us, it's already there. We will like having a bridge to Puerto Sandino. I'll admit that. But it won't really do much for us. It may do a little bit for like Salinas Grandes, because they're a little bit isolated, and it'll make them a little bit, in theory, if they truly connect all that. We have yet to see what all they're going to connect and what they're not going to connect. My personal feeling is that there's going to be large swaths up here that they're just going to be like, oh, no, we didn't mean that area. That doesn't actually make sense. So we'll see. We shall see. You guys are very quiet. I've been rambling on about this because no one is talking. So it's your fault. And it is in Minehead Hall. So, what you doing? What map app is best for Nicaragua? So, in general, I use Google Maps. None of them are great. Let's just start there. None of them are great. But everyone says that the best, most up-to-date is Waze, which is also Googled. Heaven only knows why Google has two different mapping systems with two different reliabilities and everything. But they do. That is reality. So, okay. But Waze is the best. But I just use Google Maps for most things, but be aware, Google Maps does have some basic things that have been missing from their maps for the entire time we've been here. Right? Like, so I moved, well, not since I moved here 10 years ago. I moved here temporarily 10 years ago, permanently closer to 5 years ago. And when I first moved here 5 years ago, on Nicaragua 169, the Managua bypass, which is the biggest highway in the country, not the longest, just the widest, was already well in place and like the way to get places, and it's still not on Google Maps. And it's a really important highway that completely impacts all traffic. So many people are lost because they're like, it's not on the map, and Google Maps takes them through Managua, causes all kinds of traffic disasters because it's directing people around this amazing highway that handles things. So be aware. There's stuff like that is missing. Waze is probably the best. Yep. Tito says, hey Scott. Luke says, in other news, I'm up to 98 subs on the YouTube channel. 6 months old next week. Congratulations. Very nice. Leo says, was on Expats in Granada and was distressed to hear the comments about how polluted the lakes are. I believe you even commented that you wouldn't swim in them. Did I misread, or can you elaborate? Real quickly, Tito says, baseball coming to Nicaragua, sub 23, 2026, Leon. What? Sub 23? Tito, let us know. Leo, yeah. So first of all, you have a cultural thing. So Nicaraguans do not swim in lakes. Just start with that. This is not a thing that people do. So there's tradition and all kinds of things that are factors. Hold on. So there's no reason for people to swim in lakes. Second, the big lake is famous for sharks, bull sharks that eat people. So there's a tradition of not swimming in the lake because, you know, it's just not popular to be eaten by sharks. It's not a pastime that people like. So once you hear that there are sharks and other big dangerous fish, sorry, I'm dealing with something in the background. So because you have big things in the lake, you have this tradition of not swimming. And you have to remember that hundreds of years ago, there were also pirates, like for real. So that's why Granada isn't built on the lakefront. There is no intent of people going swimming there. Like, none of that exists. So the idea that people would go and hop in the lake really doesn't occur to very many people. And it's, you know, it's relatively cold. There is the ocean very nearby. People have swimming pools. Very few Nicaraguans know how to swim and so forth. So people going in the water is just not a big starting point. So because of that, there is no place really to go in the water. It's a lake, so it doesn't have nice soft sandy beaches in most cases. It's like Lake Ontario. If you go into Lake Ontario, would you go in? No. Why? Well, a lot of reasons. It's cold, it's nasty, it's harsh, and like the lakes here, it's polluted, right? All the communities are dumping things into the lake. Rain washes things into the lake. Is it the most polluted of the lakes? No, it's not the terrible. That's Xolotl. Xolotl is bad, right? That one is truly bad, has real issues. Colsi Bolsa is polluted, but not polluted to a point where you wouldn't go swimming in it, but you certainly don't drink it. But is it clean? No, it's definitely not a super clean lake. Unfortunately, there's no heavy outlet from the lake, so things tend to stay in it, and it's relatively shallow, so it doesn't really filter things out. There's no reason to be concerned about the pollution. Like, that pollution in the lake does not impact you in any way whatsoever. So as a person who lives here, other than we all wish that all the things were clean, right? Certainly we wish everything was clean. I wish there was no pollution, obviously. But if the lake was super clean or super polluted, does it change any behavior? No, it would change nothing, right? There is no Nicaraguan avoiding the lake because of any amount of pollution. What cam are you filming on right now? Bryce, are you asking what camera am I on right now? Because it's an awesome camera. I'm guessing that's what you mean. But yeah, so Granada and all those towns along there, La Virgen and Buenos Aires and San Carlos and Moyogolpa and all those that are waterfront on Colsibolsa, they're fine. And there are people that go in the water. There are animals that go in the water. You can go in the water if you want. Just be realistic that it's not water you want to go in, right? Cold lake, just not a thing. Camera, it's the Fujifilm XS20, which, with lots of research and being a camera guy, if you're looking for the best bang for the buck image for video, nothing's going to beat an XS20 if you're going to move around. But Bryce, if you're going to mount like I am, this didn't exist when I bought mine. It's the XM5. Let me double check that. Is the one you actually want, because it's the exact same camera, except it's smaller, not meant to be held as much, and it doesn't have the optical image stabilization, which sounds bad, but if you're going to mount it on a tripod, you don't care. And so it's exactly the same. It will look in every possible way exactly the same as this camera, but hundreds of dollars cheaper and smaller and lighter. So get that one if you're going to buy something. Yes, the Fujifilm XM5 is what you would want. And it's nothing looks like a Fuji. Fuji and Olympus have the best look you can get. Olympus is crazy expensive. Fuji remains very competitive. So for affordable, amazing looks, Fuji's the way to go. Tito says, great news for Nicaragua. Baseball, we are hosting the 2026 World Cup Baseball. We're hosting the World Cup Baseball. That's awesome. In all three cities. Very cool. And we have, Managua, right? Managua's Managua. And Leon is right here. And Messiah, we know people at Messiah. Hopefully we can get some tickets and go some places. Larry, we're going to baseball. We did the same kind of thing last year when the circuit was here. It was pretty cool. We didn't go to all the different stadiums, though. I should have my driver's license this time. So hopefully driving out and going to Managua and Messiah, I want to go check out all the stadiums. I want to film out there. That'll be fun. Random sound of my headphones. Like my orange headphones. Are these cool? I don't know why it's making sound at me. Just it's like, hey, you should listen to something. Like, no, I don't think I should. All the little things that make noise in the modern world for no reason. It's still going. It's like, no. Don't you want to listen to like a book on CD or something? Have I been in the new China store? You know, everyone asks that. What's the new China store to you? Everyone has a new China store. Oh, do you mean the new super huge one? No, I've not been there. I do want to go see that. I forget where that is. I did see pictures of it though. It looks pretty cool. Camera weighs mouse. Most concerned about pollution. So Leo, I guess pollution question. What is it about the pollution that worries you? As someone who might be living in the area, like if you decide to live in Granada, what's your concern about the pollution in the lake? I grew up in Rochester, New York, where Lake Ontario is horribly polluted and is right there at downtown. I used to live just a block off the lake, and the only thing is we had to know the lake was polluted, right? Don't go in the water. But there it's don't go in the water. Right here it's not like that. Here it's don't go in the water because there's sharks, right? And to be clear, no one has seen a shark in decades. It's just, you know, once you, it's like Jaws. You know, once you have a shark sighting, you don't go in the water ever again for all eternity. I should buy the Leon jersey and wear it. You love Leon. They don't make the jerseys in my size. Sorry, totally would. Gene Goff, are people actually scared of the bull sharks? People are terrified of sharks, yes. Yeah, we're not kidding when we say people don't swim ever because of bull sharks. That is the actual reason. And there was a time where it was really scary, and then people hunted them very heavily to try to, you know, avoid having bull shark problems, and that worked, right? They don't really have that anymore. No one's seen one in forever, but since they don't originate in the lake, you never know when a shark is going to appear. Are there sharks on the Pacific? There certainly are sharks on the Pacific, but no one's ever seen one as far as I know. Clearly someone has seen a shark, right? I don't want to imply that no one has ever seen a shark. We have rays everywhere which are related to sharks. I mean, it's the Pacific Ocean, right? Open ocean has sharks everywhere. So you never need to really ask that question. There's no spot, cold water, warm water, you name it. If it's the ocean, it has sharks. But are they a risk in any way? No. Atlantic coast, many more sharks. And the lake is just a lake with sharks. I don't know. People are not prepared for it. On the Pacific side, the much bigger concern is rays, because they get people all the time. Like, constantly. But it's, you know, imagine growing up on a body of water that's calm, right? Sharks can hunt you much better in calm water than roiling water. Imagine growing up in a place that no one has ever swam in, and the history being, why does no one go out there? Sharks, right? It doesn't matter how long it's been since someone saw a shark. You're not going back in the water, right? And there's very little reason to go in the water, right? So you have to combine this on the coasts. People go in the water because they're fishing villages. So all the people who are going out in the water are going out to fish. You don't really fish in Colsi Bolsa. And so because there isn't a fishing culture, there are fishermen, but they're very few. There isn't a spot where people are going in the water. The entire idea of going in the water at all isn't a cultural thing. So when you combine that with, why has no one decided to start changing their culture to go in the water here, you go, well, why would they do it here? It's got sharks, right? And that alone makes you go, yep, not here. I don't want to learn to swim where there's sharks. As I suspected, as part of the urban myth, I swim with sharks all the time. If they're under 8 feet long and they're all cowards, they run like scalded dogs. So Leo, these are sharks that eat you every time, right? This is not a urban myth shark thing. These are bull sharks. These are the man killers. That much is, these are the predatory sharks. These are not great whites. These are the ones that eat you. So if you see one, you're screwed. But you never see one. That's the good thing. But that whole, like, they're cowards and they're not a threat. These are the threatening sharks. And they have been known to get people in the river, because that's how they get to the lake. They're like salmon. They swim upriver. They jump the rapids. I don't know if there's really any rapids, but yeah, they're a scary bunch of fish. I wonder when the last one was. So, of shark sightings in the lake, according to SharkSighter, the fatality rate is 100%. just to be just to be a little bit scary. But there's no good information on it. Yeah. So there was according to Shark Utopia, there was in 1956, there was a killing in San Carlos. A guy fell into the water while he was doing some working. Shark ate him. Grenada had someone bathing. Shark ate them. They don't have the years on these other ones. Another one, multiple people killed and others injured while bathing in the lake. No specific location. That's not a great thing. I'll have to do some research. Maybe yours are a different variety than we have here. Well, Leo, do you have bull sharks? It's very specifically, most sharks aren't scary. Nurse sharks, tiger sharks, even great whites aren't particularly scary. They look scary. Don't go play with one. But bull sharks eat people. Like, they just see us as food. Great whites see us as maybe food. Like, great whites don't hunt people. Tigers might, but not so much. Like, not like really aggressively. But bull sharks are very, very, very aggressive. Trying to find like solid information on it. Bull sharks are the third deadliest shark. Ultra aggressive. Yeah, that's the... They're the third deadliest, as in that if you're fighting one, but I think they're the most likely to actually try to eat you. TJ's here, says, hey. Shark. Here's some shark information. Sharks are the deadliest creatures that mostly live in oceans. What? Okay. And it is not normal for most sharks to live in lakes, as they cannot survive in freshwater lakes. That's worded weirdly, because the very next thing they says is, some sharks can survive in freshwater lakes. Thanks. That was contradictory. When was this written? Was this written by AI? 2 years ago. It might be really bad AI. This is the only shark-infested lake in the world. Although the Mississippi gets sharks pretty far up. It also has swordfish and tarpon, which are not things you want to run into either. They're definitely not sharks, but... so, Leo, it's the Caribbean bull shark, if it makes any difference. They're up to 11.5 feet in length, 500 pounds. They're not picky eaters. How many sharks are picky eaters? That's not useful info. Yeah, I don't think Nicaragua ever tracked incidents in any way that you can, like, go look it up. I'm more concerned with gator and crocs in the east and rivers. You're concerned about them in the east? What about all the ones on the Pacific coast? We got them everywhere. So, we've even seen them in San Juan. Like, right in the village. Mostly caimans, but we definitely get crocs. I think we have gators maybe on the east, but we have crocs in the Pacific. And then lots of caiman. Lots and lots of caiman. Now, do you really need to worry about bull sharks in the lake? No, you do not. It is a massive lake. But no one has seen one in forever. And they are unlikely to be hanging out right at the coast because there isn't food up at the coast very often. Can you go swimming in the lake if you feel like it? Absolutely. Go swimming in the lake away from the city if you feel like it, right? If that's something you want to do, you do not have to be like, I can't go in the water. Of course you can go in the water. You can even go in Choletlan if that's what you want to do. None of us want to do that, but you can. Like, no one's going to stop you, and the level of pollution in the water is not going to be a real problem. Oh, Brian's here. The party is over. Brian. We were just talking about sharks and dirty water in the big lake. And definitely if you get away from the cities, like most everything in the lake is just, field runoff. That kind of stuff. Like it's not bad. You don't walk up to the water and go, ew. It's not like that. And on Ometepe, you do get a number of people to go in the water. I've got some videos where you can see people kind of in the water. Like, people aren't avoiding it. But again, growing up on lakes in New York, you don't just go in the water. Like, it's just not that pleasant. Now, for me, I don't go in the ocean either, but it's different. However, I'm certainly not going to start going in the water in the ocean. Given the number of people that get stung by rays, I have no interest. None at all. I don't really like going in the ocean as a starting point, so I have no interest. Like, I can swim, I'm not going to drown, probably. And, I grew up on the beach all the time and grew up near big lakes and stuff. Like, I'm not afraid of the water, per se. I just have zero interest in it. None. No interest whatsoever. I do not enjoy big bodies of water to be in them. I love looking at them. I can be on a boat, no problem. But actually being in the water just doesn't appeal to me, right? My dad's calling in tonight, not because Brian showed up. That's what they all say. But thanks for making him feel better, Dad. He's just tired. Hug the girls. All right. Night, Dad. Love you. Dave Wilson is here. Hey, Scott, everyone. Good. I hope I've been away for a few weeks. Good, I hope. Been away for a few weeks. Aha. I thought you said, Dave, hello to everyone. It's good that you hope we've been away for a few weeks. But I understand now. Brian says, what lake? We're talking about Colsi Bolsa or Lake Nicaragua, the big one. Right, Luke, exactly. Fish pee in there. All over the place, indiscriminately. The sharks pee in there, the rays pee in there, the fish pee in there, the fishermen pee in there, the whales pee in there, the squid pee in there, everything. Millions upon millions. More things pee in the ocean than don't pee in the ocean. Think about that. Do you know SpongeBob? Every time I hear that song, I sing, who lives in a pineapple under the sea? SpongeBob SquarePants. He lives underwater, so where does he pee? Right? I don't even know how the song goes anymore. That's what's been in my head for so long. But it's true. The ocean is all pee water. All of it. Monty Dreams. Scott, do you not swim in the ocean, and why? I do not. Not in any way whatsoever. So the real thing for me, Monty, is I don't have any... for me, I can't answer why would I swim in the ocean. Why would I bother even getting wet? I have no interest in being in the ocean. Like, there's nothing appeals to me in the ocean. So any amount of why don't I swim, it could be like, I have a sandwich, I have a beer in my hand, I don't want to go in the ocean. Like, it's that simple. There's no big... La Marcelita está aquí! We have not seen her in a while, and I knew she was on the bus, and she has just appeared. She is going to pop in and say hello for a moment.
Hola. ¿Dónde estamos? Aquí.
Sí. Muy pequeño, es difícil. ¿Cómo estás?
Bien.
Sí.
Cansado.
Ah, entiendo. Oh, y la mía. La mía. The dog came over to say hi. Are you going to pop up? Come here. Come here. Come and say hi so you can be on the show. Nope, she just wants... She's just excited. She's walking around. Ella está emocionada. Te extraña. Oh, sí, besos. Besos. Yeah, so for me, the complete lack of... ¿Qué es tu plan? ¿Hay comida? Si quieres. Oh, okay.
No hay comida.
Hay comida. Hay hamburguesas vegetarianas. Pero son nuevas, entonces no puedo decir es bueno o malo. No sé, pero hay un caja plástica con 10 hamburguesas. Hay pan de hamburguesa, hay tomate, lechuga, cebolla, mayonesa, salsa de tomate, relish. ¿Cómo se dice relish? No lo puedo recordar.
¿Necesito preparar o...?
Sí, solo en el air fryer. Okay. Por un momento, para hacer caliente, para poner caliente. Pienso que es bueno. Y quizás el pan de hamburguesa en lo mismo. Para tostar. Tostar, is that a word?
No sé, ¿dónde está?
Luciana puede ayudar. So, because there's nothing about the ocean that appeals to me, it doesn't take much to talk me out of it. If you were like, gotta go in the ocean for something, yeah, I have no problem going in the ocean. But if you're like, why don't you want to? I don't know. Why do you want to? I have no idea. It just doesn't seem fun to me. It's salty and nasty. So you come out, it's dirty. I don't like that. I don't like getting covered in sand. I don't like getting covered in salt. I don't like swimming I don't like swimming. It's there in our ocean. It's very, very rough. So you're constantly fighting riptides and big waves and rays. So if you don't have something on your feet, you got to do the shuffle and stuff. Things sting. Like someone gets stung every other day. It's rough, and fish pee in there. And it's dirty and it's full of animals and stuff. Just I don't like going in swimming pools under most conditions. And now imagine a swimming pool that was dangerous and dirty. Nope. Brian says, so do I. Janet says, I would never swim in the ocean. If I did want to swim, it would not be in the ocean. Exactly. Like of the swimming options, it's at the bottom of my list. And I don't like any swimming options. I like running water. I love fountains and waterfalls and rivers and all that kind of stuff. Like I love water. But if I'm going to be in water, my number one thing would be swimming pools that have waterfalls going into them. So there's like moving water. After that would be swimming pools without moving water. And then, the ocean would be at the bottom of the list. Ditto salt, sand, plus dangerous currents. Yep. Brian says Beyond Burger. No, we don't have Beyond Burger, but we do make our own veggie burgers here. So the ones that I sent her to try are split yellow pea burgers. So if you do split pea soup, it's like that, but Americans almost always use split green peas. We have split yellow peas, which are almost exactly the same. They're just the tiniest bit less starchy, I guess, but basically the same flavor. And we have a new set of veggie burgers that are made from those. We've been, for the last few weeks, making lentil veggie burgers, which have been amazing. I'm very happy with the red lentil veggie burgers that we've been making. And they're now on our regular rotation. So what I'm having Ida do, Ida's our cook, on Mondays I have her prep burgers. Just as a Monday morning, that's one of her things, make burgers. I really should shift that in the week because we always want them on Sundays. But so we have burgers, we put them in the fridge. I don't know when we're going to eat them, but we have them. And we keep tomato, lettuce, and onion and that kind of stuff ready. So all we have to do is chop up some veggies, throw some mayo and ketchup on a bun, toast the bun, heat up the burger, and ta-da! We have veggie burgers that are very cheap because lentils and split peas and that stuff are cheap. and very healthy because there's no preservatives and there's none of that expensive vegetarian stuff. So what I'm trying to do is establish like 5 or 6 different style patties that we really like, and just put them on rotation, both to get different nutrition and to keep us from getting bored with them. Luke says I like jacuzzis. Jacuzzis are okay. I do like hot tubs, right? Because the water is actually like really comforting and it's moving and all that. Vince is here. Hi, Scott. Brian says it's all part of the experience. Leo says, thumbs up, Brian. Larry says, your description of the ocean at Desperados will certainly encourage potential clients to rush there. Yep. Hey, people who want to go in the ocean, go. They don't care the fish pee in there. Vince says, do I eat meat at all? I do eat fish. But that's it. Brian says, sounds gross. To me, at least. Exactly. Oh, did you mean the ocean or split peas? I discovered that I really love lentil burgers when I was in Cochabamba, because they do them at a lot of restaurants there, and they're so good. Like that's one of the secrets to a good, simple veggie burger is lentils. They hold up. I don't like black bean burgers very much. They're very mushy, which is not how you want. Brian thinks food sounds gross. Interesting. You don't want a burger that's mushy, right? You want a burger that's solid. And lentils just deliver on that. Whereas beans, very hard to overcome just how not firm a bean is. And I like beans. I like beans a lot, right? I could eat refried beans almost every day. But as a burger, refried beans does not cut it. Janet says, I like looking at and listening to the ocean. It doesn't need to be for swimming. If you are from Oregon, you don't consider that freezing and dangerous place to be for swimming anyway. Right? So I'm from New York, and our ocean that we always went to, well, first of all, our lakes that we always went to was Erie and Ontario. You do not get in that water. And then we had the Finger Lakes. You don't get in that water because they're glacial lakes, and they turn over like this. So even with a life vest in the lake on a calm day, it can suck you straight down with the life vest on, right? So those lakes are not places that we would swim. And then when we would go to the ocean, it was in New Hampshire and Maine. Again, just like Janet said, that's cold Atlantic. It is brutal and it is unpleasant. So beautiful to look at. Great place for fishing. Eat some lobster, but you don't want to go in it, right? I grew up on the ocean, walking the beaches, climbing on rocks. I love rocky beaches in the cold with the mist. You're wearing, to me, a beach on the ocean is coat and gloves and mist, and it's harsh, and I love it. It's austere. The tropical beaches for me is like, well, that looks nice in a picture, but you know, I do love sitting on a tropical beach and having a margarita. Don't get me wrong, but growing up in the north, I don't want to go in the water. Oh, is my description of a yummy burger that he didn't like, at least to him. He just doesn't like good food. I see. Janet, yeah, the sound is soothing to me to nap or sleep. Let me tell you, living on the ocean, the sound of the constant pounding waves eventually makes you not want to sleep. Defortune. Want a dog, just pick one in the street and bring it home? Yeah, pretty much. I would actually recommend picking a dog from the street and taking it to the vet and then taking it home. You're definitely going to want dewormer and heart meds and flea and tick treatments and that kind of stuff as you bring a dog home. They're very likely going to have parasites, so all that can be treated. Just stop by a vet and be like, got a street dog, give them the treatment, and they'll take care of it. But make sure you do that for sure. But yes, please do pick street dogs, a lot of them, right? Get them to the vet, get them healthy, get them spayed or neutered, bring them home. Bring them home in huge numbers. Have a pack. Have a dozen dogs who run around your house and keep you safe and snuggly at night. There's very little better than having your own pack of dogs that takes care of you at every moment in every way. Where'd my pack go, by the way? Oh, she's there. She moved. She has a big bed in here, but sometimes she gets warm, so she's sleeping on the tile a little bit closer to me. Mine are from the U.S. Mine are rescues, but they're American rescues. There are babies, and they came with us. But certainly once we don't have dogs here anymore, we will be very sad, but we will collect large numbers of street dogs and just take them in. Absolutely. That is what we will do. That is the thing you should do. There are no end to the number of dogs that need a good home, and so many of them are so sweet and just great, right? And the beach is a great place, right? We're so often in the restaurants, and just the nicest, cutest dogs come in and just want some food and whatever. Yep, just make sure it's not someone's dog, and there you go. Monty Dreams, right? Kids pee in pools too. Another reason why I don't tend to go in pools. And I have a really hilarious story about a group of Texan adults who all were under the impression that everyone peed in pools, and that's just what you're supposed to do. Someone has actually gotten in some part of Texas one of those. This has to be one of those. Someone made a bet as to what they will be able to convince other people to believe, and they convince people that chlorine exists because people pee in the pool, not as a response to it. Not like, oh my gosh, people pee in pools. How do we stop this? Well, we actually can't. So shame them as much as you can, but then put chlorine in so that it neutralizes it. They think that the water is chlorinated so that you can pee in the pool, and will actually get offended if you suggest that you shouldn't. So never swim in any public water in Texas. That's the warning I have for people. A pack sounds good. A pack does sound good. My pack is just 2 dogs and a cat, but they're still kind of a pack. They count me as part of the pack. Are vets expensive there? Vets are not expensive here. Sometimes it's hard to find a good one, but they are quite affordable. Very, very affordable. So get out there and use a vet a lot. Luke says, still dumbfounded with the number of long-haired northern breed dogs here in Nicaragua. Yeah, no kidding. Moto Parts stores across from Matagalpa Tours has an actual wolf dog. I see huskies and the like everywhere up here. We have so many huskies down here. It's terrible. Andrew O'Neill, how much time would you suggest at minimum to take off for someone coming to Nicaragua to stay for a while to get an apartment with internet set up for remote work? My gosh. Well, so you said suggest the minimum to take off. It depends on your work situation and stuff, but so if you're me, I don't take any time off, but I get at a hotel and I work from a hotel. Like I make sure that I have unlimited time. I don't want to feel rushed, and I don't want to be not. I don't want to be in a situation where I'm not working, feel rushed, and not making money, and feel pressured to have to get, like, that's a rough situation. And I understand sometimes you just get stuck in that, but it's so easy to work from a hotel or something here, so easy to rent space, figure things out, that's what I would do, right? If at all able to. That way you have loads of time, because pretty often, if you're looking to get a real apartment, you're probably looking at a month or two of looking. You might get lucky and get it in 2-3 days. Yeah, oil from your bodies too. I'm less grossed out by the oils from people's bodies, although I don't like that either. I just don't like pools. I don't like the whole swimming thing. Like, it's a lot. But yeah, Andrew, probably 1 to 2 months. I would really, because you want enough time to look, make good decisions, and sign the lease, get moved in, get your equipment, get the internet set up, and there's just so many little pieces because it's a new country, right? So Dave says, go to an all-inclusive resort with a swim-up bar and watch people drink there all day and never leave the pool. Oh, I am so glad I don't go to all-inclusive resorts. Monty says, sure, I hear you. Yeah, so really, Monty, the thing is, for me, all of it's a little bit gross, and I dislike swimming. So once you add I dislike swimming, there's no part of it that's like, this is this great thing I'm missing. Like, I am perfectly capable of swimming. And there is conditions under which I kind of like swimming, right? Like my wife is very serious about this. When we finally build a house, they're building me a pool, but a lap pool. I only like swimming where I'm swimming. Like I want, like to me, like I go for a hike. Do you want to go for a walk to the corner? No, I want to go for a walk. Like put on a backpack and head somewhere, right? I'm like that with swimming. I don't want to kind of float down to the end all relaxed. I want to dive in off the side. I want to do a 50-yard lap. I want to do a flip turn. I want to come back and I want to be out there for an hour. And I don't ever want to talk to anyone, deal with anyone, interact with anyone, or anything like that. So if you watch my old videos, very old, 2019, pre-COVID, my kids and I used to, on a regular basis, pack up and go to our city membership at an indoor pool, and it's a lap pool. You go in and you do laps. And I would do that happily as a form of exercise. But I never just hung out in the water, never swim for pleasure. I swim for exercise. I think it's a good low-impact exercise and works a lot of different muscles. But most pools don't really let you do laps, especially here. They're all way too small. And so that means that I just don't want to get in. Dave, there is more than one reason you see that guy hovering near the skimmer. Janet says, I wish we had a lap pool for Ramon. I grew up with an in-ground pool at home. Me too. But after that, I'm done. I really don't need to swim. But you are right. There are times I like a hot tub. Yeah, especially as I get older, like all the muscles and stuff. Like I don't like massages. I hate massages. But I do like a hot tub. I've had one massage in my life. Let's just be clear. I hate the idea of massages. One time I got a massage and it was awful. And that was just recently. That was after decades of fighting it. And I got pressured into it by somebody here. And I was like, all right, I'll give it a try. And it was just terrible. And I'm like, see, that's exactly what I thought it was going to be like. None of that, I did not enjoy that. And it did not make me feel good later. It made me in a lot of pain for weeks. I'm like, that was really bad. So I just, not my thing. But a hot tub fixes everything. My kids are like, yeah, anytime that you're sick, our dad has the same solution for everything. Drink plenty of water, take a hot shower. Those things fix everything. So they joke about it. I'll be like sick and they'll be like, did you try a hot shower? I'm like, that is what I need to do. Like, it's almost impossible for me to feel bad when I'm in a hot shower. After mowing and yard work, yeah, it's fine. Otherwise, not a pool fan myself. Yeah, when I'm really warm, there's times I'm like, oh, that's going to cool me down really fast. Like, that's cool. But even that, I prefer like a cool shower to a pool most of the time. Because I like the running water. I like the sound of the water like coming down. That's why if I had a pool with a waterfall, that would be different. Because I would actually sit under the waterfall or like right next to it. What I want is a pool bar. So I would like a pool if I could drink in it, but not the ones that Dave is talking about. I want one with an easy, accessible bathroom and people who actually get out and go. But I want a swim-up pool bar where I can have a cocktail and a waterfall right behind me. So I've got this like barrier of sound. No one can talk to me, and I can just have a nice cocktail and enjoy the pool, and that would be different. Janet says, I would also never do a massage. I've been thinking of getting one of those farm water tanks. Just fill it up and the sun will heat the water really well. Yep. Larry says, near Plaza Inn Tour in Managua is the Nadatorium. Huge lap pool. You can pay a few cords to use it. That's a little bit far to go I know the pool you're talking about. Hassan is here. Big up, Scott. How's it going? Brian says, I love massages. Most people love massages. Like, that's a normal thing, just for whatever reason. Not a thing that I like in any way. And, our cat might be hurt. I have to go check. I'll be right back. Or I hope I'll be right back. Hang on, guys. Okay, you stay over. dog disappeared. Okay, the cat is probably okay. So the cat got its tail shut in a door. That's what happened. Yes. Oh no, kitty. Now I'm worried. I was worried too. So the cat seems okay. It probably was like getting your fingers slammed in a door, that it hurts but it doesn't break them. I think that's what's going on. It was only her tail, and it's still moving like a normal cat tail, and she's not like wincing in pain or anything like that. So I think it scared her. I'm sure it hurt a lot at the time, but I don't think it did anything. Luke says, you have a cat, or does a cat have you? Well, both. We have two separate cats. One has us and one doesn't. Chirp, chirp. So, cool curtains, yeah. Janet, where do you live? Oh, Leo's asking. Janet lives down the street. Dave says, oh, so where is everyone from? I'm in New Brunswick, Canada, Yoho Lake. Yoho Lake. I love the ocean in New Brunswick. What is that sound? I think they're fumigating outside. Hold on, I have to go look. Yep, what time is it? So it is 7 o'clock at night on a Thursday night, and my security let the city fumigators in to fumigate our private space. So they're fumigating right now. I was gonna tell people. So yeah, they are fumigating outside, which is nice. So we figured out, as people should know, that when the city comes around to do fumigation, if you let them in, they'll come in and do your private space and everything. Like they're not like, no, that's yours, you've got to deal with it. They're like, no, kill mosquitoes, we're there, right? Your tax dollars at work. So here they come. They're right there. Alrighty. Well, no mosquitoes here, that's for sure. We'll give them a second for the noise to die down. I'm sure they're parked up, blowing it through the garden. Oh, they're in my... Yep. They're fumigating my driveway. Yeah, that was cool. Jan says, it's sort of mutual. We only have 8 now. Mork was very sick and he died recently, and we now have all girls, so there's a little less craziness. Brian says, Texas! Janet says, I just remembered what he had. Feline leukemia. He did okay for a while with really good food, but then he went downhill quickly in the end. Luke says, since March of this year, Matagalpa landed my residency in 18 days. Dave says, Texas nice. Hot down there? Janet says, I've been living here in Leon since 2014. I left the gray skies and rain of Portland, Oregon back then. Brian says, 7th layer of hell hot. Janet says, from what Scott says, Leon is more comfortable than Texas, so I believe you. So Brian and I used to live right around the corner from each other. And yeah, this time in July, we are so much cooler down here in Leon. Like, he's dying in air conditioning, and I'm spending half the day with the AC off and wandering around outside, doing the videos outside. Think nothing of it. Right, I go outside, like I'm getting a little bit sweaty doing the show because I got a hat on and I'm talking to the camera and I'm animated, but like you can be outside, it's comfy. We're on the veranda in the mornings, nice and relaxed, like it's comfy. Of course, I'm in shorts, but Janet says Janet says he's been gone too long. Now I'm really worried. Oh, with the cat, yeah. Yep, well she was hiding. I'm worried. Brian says 102 today, not the heat index. So we're 34 today. Let's compare. That truck is parked out there. So we were 93, which is warm for sure, but not 102. There's such a gap between 93 and 102. I have a good veterinarian. Yeah, but he's not around right now. So, Janet, do you recommend Leon? This is Dave. My wife and I are taking a trip this winter to Nicaragua. Coming in winter is the right time to get away from the cold winters up north, but it's also the time where it's going to feel so hot. Jan says, well, I love it, but I like the heat and don't use air conditioning, just constant fans. Dave says, I love the heat. Do you really love the heat, Dave, or do you just think you love the heat? When you come here, you're going to experience heat in a whole new way. There's a bit of fumigation coming in through the cracks. You should check it out and other places, she says. Janet says, oh, poor kitty. Dave says, we are for sure. Janet says, sounds like she'll be okay. Yeah, she's definitely going to live. Luke says, fumigators. Janet says, that is the truck with the fumigating. Yes, it is. They came by our place in the morning. Brian says, drug lord with security and chief. Dave says, that's loud. It is loud. It's really loud here. Luke says, when I hear the leaf blower, I know it's time to close the doors and the windows that can be closed. Yeah, my living room has got to be just full because all the windows and doors are wide open, right? So there's nothing to stop it from just blowing in. My office is closed and on air conditioning, but I bet our house is. They probably sat out and just blew into the house. Larry says it's Mensa. They come around 2 times per week for dengue protection. Dave says, Scott, we were talking to each other when you were dealing with the cat. Great community here. Yep, that's awesome, and I'm all caught up. So here I am. Hopefully the video is all working and stuff. Yeah, I can see that it's working. Very nice. So you guys got to experience the fumigation in real time, which is amazing because it's so rare that happens. I mean, like, they come by on a regular, but to be on the live stream when it happens and be like, hey, there it is. I don't know where to look to see how many. Oh, 14 watching right now. Is that it? Are we really that few? That's a very slow week. It's 7 o'clock. We've had a bit of interruptions, but still. Where's my OBS? There it is. Oh, this doesn't say. I gotta go here. Well, we actually got 21 on. Leo says, do you have any idea what kind of poison they're using to fumigate with? I don't know. I know it's diesel-based, but that's all I know. Gene Legoff says, did you change your name? It didn't say that before. I read that Jalapa has over 70,000 people know anything about the place. Jalapa definitely does not have over 70,000 people. That makes no sense. That's 70,000? So I was actually supposed to be in Jalapa yesterday, or earlier this week, and then plans got changed. So, like, that was a place I was supposed to go. Oh my gosh, my keyboard is having problems. But 70,000 people? That would put it on par with... Okay, the municipality has 70,000. Urban, 42,000. That's still... Boy, that seems big. How is Jalapa so big? So municipalities, you have to be a little bit careful. Municipality here does not mean municipal area like it does in the U.S., it is a reference to a county here. So for example, Sutiava that I live in, as a municipality goes all the way to the ocean. So people who are in Las Piñitas, people who are in Los Brasiles, people who are in Ponloya, all the things in between and all the way up to the city limits of León are all in the municipality of Sutiaba. And so if you were to look at that on a map, you'd be like, oh, wait, that's a huge area with 50 villages all counted as part of the municipality. Like, yes. So that's confusing, right? Basically, the country is divided into 153 municipalities, and everything's in a municipality somewhere. So that's sometimes misleading. Now, it's a bigger town than I would think it is, 40-some thousand up in the middle of nowhere. It looks absolutely beautiful. Lots of people want to check it out. It's oddly popular, and it's at the end of the world. Jalapa. It's a very popular topic on the show, and it's just hard to believe that it even exists. It's this big community out by the Honduran border. It definitely would come. So first of all, expect it to be very poor, expect it to be very isolated, and expect that dealing with anything is incredibly hard from there because of the sheer distance to anywhere. Like, you're not on major roads. You're not on the path, right? You are out there. Now, do I want to go? Do I want to go check it out? Heck yes, I love that stuff. Now, it is on one of the roads that does have a border crossing, right? It goes across at a tiny, tiny little thing known as the Teota Cacinte crossing on Nicaragua 29, which is a shed at the border, right? It is, and then on the Honduran side is the La Apertura crossing, which I believe is just the opening. But it's really near the small city of Trojes, Honduras, which is definitely not a big city, but it's something. If you look at Jalapa on a map, it's a city, but it's small. Very few things. It does have, at least it did traditionally, a big discotheque. It is not on the way to Danlí, not really. So I have been to Danlí, and Danlí is at the Acatal crossing, which is Las Manos. That's one of the major crossings. So that's the same crossing. So the crossing going to Danlí is the crossing that goes to Tegucigalpa, the capital. So Las Manos is one of the two major crossings into Honduras from Nicaragua. It's got a big crossing center, big everything. Jalapa is way northeast of there, hours of driving on a very small road, up in the mountains, way along a path on a tiny, tiny road that crosses into basically the wilderness of Parque Nacional Patuca in the center east of Honduras. And so very different than the path to Danlí. I have to scroll a little bit to see. Great community. What kind of poison? 70,000 people. I've had them here at 9 p.m. because in Guanuca, I'm on the second floor and was filled the street. Cloud not good. Cloud filled the street. Luke, do you have a YouTube channel? Yes, he does. Yep, it's under First Lucifer. If you look up Luke Graham, you're going to find a bad Brit pop star. Tim says, I went to Migración in Esteli to get a 30-day extension on my visa. He told me to come back on the 89th day, which is in early September. Yeah, I've never been told to come back on the 89th day, but definitely the last, 3 days. They do not let you do it early, that's for sure. Especially if it's in September and this is July, you're not even 2/3 through it yet. Yeah, you're definitely way too early. Larry says, how can anyone watch NFL when they could be watching this show? Exactly. Jalapa grows coffee and tobacco, for sure. Brian says, isn't it too early for preseason? The Bears. Jalapa and route to Larry says, tonight is the first game, Hoff game. Oh. Luke says, tobacco passes between the two for Rocky Patel, Perdomo, and a few more. All are quite high-quality crop areas. Monty Dream says, thank you, Luke. Yeah, Jalapa is in an area that looks really beautiful, but it's kind of the last northern thing that Nicaragua has. There is wilderness north of that, and all the way out on the Caribbean, Bilwi is technically north of that by just the tiniest bit, but only because Nicaragua's on the slant. Everything north of the highway to Bilwi, east of Jalapa, is wilderness. It is the Basawas Wildlife Preserve. You're into the equivalent of going into the Amazon out there once you pass Jalapa. Like it is. That is the end of the world. There's a tiny, tiny bit of itty-bitty settlements out there, just farming communities in the mountains, but it just drops off quickly. If you're hitting Jalapa, you might as well hit Condega. Wait, where's Condega? I feel like we looked at Condega not that long ago, but where is it? Wish I could share my screen easily. There we go. Yeah, Condega is not hard to get to, so just straight north of Vesely. I've been to Condega because it's on the road, so that's on the road to Acatal. So that's not so hard. Diana says, hello, I was looking at, we just mentioned Acatal. Nicaragua as a possible place to live, but worried about the border runs. Would you suggest staying closer to Costa Rica? Yeah, so, I mean, certainly that is a concern with Acatal, right? You might fall in love with Acatal, nothing wrong with that. You're talking a beautiful area up there, but it does suck living right on the Honduran border when you need to do border runs, because that is a long, long way away. Oh, HOF Hall of Fame. Yes. So every border run will be this really long distance. If you don't mind doing that trip, a few times a year, then whatever, right? Like it's not that big of a deal as long as you're comfortable in a car. But let's just figure out what that drive is. You may not want to start in Acatal, right? You may want to get your feet wet somewhere else in Nicaragua that's a little bit more convenient, and then move to Acatal once you're really confident in things and know exactly how to do stuff. That might make sense, right? Acatal from me is 4 hours. Rick 007 is here. His name is Rick. Just Rick. My dad retired to Nicaragua since 2004. However, when you're looking at the actual drive from Acatal to Piñas Blancas, which is the border crossing, that's 6 hours. So that's not that bad. Coming from here, it's still almost 4 hours. Not quite. Almost 4 hours. Now, obviously, the difference between 4 and 6 hours is not nothing, but it's not as horrible as you might think. And if you're only doing it a couple times a year, if you can get that down to twice a year, hey, right, maybe that doesn't matter so much. Nicaragua is far more centralized around Managua than it seems. Managua is slightly to the south, but only slightly. All those mountain towns that spread out to the north, they're actually not that far from Managua. Maybe 4 hours, but not super far away, right? Everybody in populated Nicaragua is closer to the capital of Nicaragua than I was to the capital of New York growing up between two of its largest cities, right? So it's all perspective. So I wouldn't, as long as you're okay with driving, as long as you understand you're giving up some things like easy bus access, But Acatal is along the Pan American, so you easily could still get buses. Really, it probably, honestly, Diana, I don't know that I would rule out Acatal based on the inconvenience under normal circumstances. Nice city, good size, good weather, nice location, very few expats, right? If you're looking for the zero expat experience, right? Everyone I know from Acatal is Nicaraguan. Never ever have I heard of an expat being there. So it's, a really cool area because of that. Now, I'm sure there are expats there, right? But it's you need to remind folks the drive times are so long because we aren't doing 90 miles an hour down the highway like in the States. Right, the distances actually aren't that far. It's just that when you take in real highway time, it's 6 hours to the border. If this was the United States, you could do that border in 3 hours without a problem. Acatal has a river coming through it. I have not been in Acatal for years. I need to get up there and film. Hopefully I've got that driver's license any day. It's supposedly in between Managua and my house now. So hopefully soon. Diana says, thanks for your feedback. Yes, love that there is less expats. Just seems beautiful. I will look more into it. Yeah. So what little bit that I've been there, fantastic. Yeah. It's totally an area that I would be very interested in myself. And it's on the Pan American, right? Or no. It is. It has to be. Yeah, there's the Pan American. It gets relabeled somewhere up there. Oh, no. The Pan American actually dives off just before there and actually goes west and crosses at El Espino. That seems wrong. Am I losing my mind? Is that really the route? Anyway, yes. So Acatal is just off of the Pan American, but it is on Nicaragua 6, which is the big road going to the capital. Well, it's actually the road going to Danlí, and then you can take that over to Tegucigalpa. There's no direct road to Tegucigalpa because of the mountains, and because, let's all be honest, nobody wants to go to Tegucigalpa. I'm not saying you shouldn't go check it out. It is a neat city, but let's be honest, how many of you are like, I'm thinking about Acatal, I'm thinking about Esteli, I'm thinking about Leon, and let's just throw Tegucigalpa in the mix. I want to know, how many of you consider Tegucigalpa? I don't mean to pick on Tegucigalpa. I do like it. I have been there a couple times. I would happily go. It's a fun town, but it's also, Tegucigalpa. But I like how mountainous it is. Like, that's really cool. Tegucigalpa is not on Diana's short list. Diana, I think you're overlooking the obvious choices. I mean, go a little bit north of Acatal, and that's what you find, right? It's right there. And it has a really busy airport. Andrew says, hey, I must have missed your answer to the question before. How many weeks would you suggest? I had a long one on that. Would you suggest to be off work to get in Nicaragua and have enough time to search and find an apartment and internet? Wait, before that, Luke says, Tegucigalpa, please be advised, you need to have your situational awareness on. Yes, Tegucigalpa is one of the most dangerous cities in Latin America, so just hold on to your hats, folks. It's an interesting town, but you need to be prepared. I will go up there and film. I do like the city. It is fun. It does have different food, very different sights and stuff than we get down here in Nicaragua. It's a very different experience. There's some really good aspects to it, and there's some this is terrifying aspects to it. I stayed in the Holiday Inn. There were bullet holes in my windows. I'm just saying. Sometimes you gotta contemplate whether it's really what you're looking for. Anyway, so I just found this place that looks nice. I'm gonna see how much it cost. So, Andrew asked, how many weeks would you take off? My answer was that I actually wouldn't. I wouldn't take time off from work. I would work from my hotel or whatever. It depends on what you do. It depends on your job. It depends on a lot of things. But chances are it's going to take you a while. It's going to be slow. There's going to be a lot of just wandering around. There's going to be a lot of waiting on contracts, waiting on people, getting paperwork done, getting appliances and stuff. Plan for being functional is my thing. If you have, unlimited money or whatever, and you're like, I can just take time off of work, it doesn't matter. Hey, I would say plan for a month or two. But for me, the thing that I would really lean towards is focus on working from where you are, because chances are you're going to work 4 to 6 hours a day out of an 8-hour day and be able to and work that way, right? And keep going and not have to take time off so that you can spread things out, right? Because that's really how Nicaragua works, is that there is this slow pace to things. People just don't think in terms of needing to rush, needing to make everything happen quickly. It's just not going to go well, right? You're going to be very limited on the places you could go. Things will go wrong, and you just won't have the ability to adapt. Whereas if you're working from a hotel or something, you find a hostel or some nice place that you're able to work long term, you're going to have that comfort of, oh, I can just whatever, right? It's going to take an extra couple weeks. Okay, yeah, I'm spending more on a hotel than I wish I was, but I'm working. I'm not out of work. I'm not in a panic. I'm not under the gun. I can take my time and find a place that I really like. I can change what I'm doing. I can make some big decisions and not worry about it so much. And so that's really my answer. Things take forever. When I looked for apartments here, even having lived here for a while, we probably put in 2-3 months looking. Now, we weren't looking full time. We weren't panic pushed. But I'm not sure how much that speeds things up. Partially, you're limited by how few things are on the market in any given place and how often they come on the market, right? And so trying to race, you're just looking at fewer options, which may work out fine if you have a good option on that first day. But if you don't, you may have to wait 2-3 months for something really good that you like to come on the market. And do you want to have to race and take the first thing, or do you want to wait a little bit and get a place you want to stay in for years? Partially, it depends on what you want to do, but those are things to consider. Brian says, if you want to get on Scott's bad side, ask about realtors. Luke says, hey, let's go film at the Rolla airfield and see how long before JTF Bravo runs us off from filming the scab. Yeah. Brent says, hola, just tuning in for a while. Scott's under some bright lights tonight. Am I? Is it that bright? It's my normal lights. Oh, I don't have the back lights on. That's what's different. Oh. Hey. Just want to make sure I'm not rolling over the dog's tail. We don't need any more broken tails tonight. Oh, there you are. Hi. You're the good dog. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. I'm just turning on the lights. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Are you going to come up and say hi to everybody? Come here. Come here. There she is. There she is. Hi. You're famous. Eres famosa. See? Yeah. Oh, and that was it. Yeah, you're the good dog. You're so sweet. You're so sweet. You're on the show all the time. Almost every day. She must be one of the most on-air YouTube dogs of all time. Roxanne! Yep. They are bright and they are warm. That is for sure. Yes, they are. The dog is like, I will get love. She's leaning on me now. Yes. You're leaner. You're the leaner. You're such a good dog. Yes, you are. It's funny that you like to do the lives with me. Yeah. Do you know that you're live and people are watching you? Do you know? Is there something to hunt? Is there a bug? Andrew says, okay, got it. Thanks, Scott. It's just a slow process. If you're in Managua, it might be different. You might be able to take a week and grab something in Managua pretty quickly, but the rest of the country, there's just very few. San Juan del Sur probably as well, pretty quick. So many things available, but you'll pay more, right? So I'm looking at the Hotel Humuya in Tegucigalpa. It looks pretty nice, but their website, all the links are dead. So you're like, very suspicious. That's one of the hardest things in all of Central America. Everybody's websites are toast. And so it's like, I don't feel super confident because, I don't want to go to a hotel that's been out of business. Oh, we're not out of business. We just stopped using our website years ago. Really? You're supposed to be a 5-star hotel and you aren't using your internet site anymore. You clearly paid a lot of money for it. And it's got information about COVID-19 on it as like a prominent thing. And your pictures on your booking page is people doing COVID-19 sanitation. Like, is that really, like, page after page of here we are cleaning this, here we are cleaning that, with this special advertising cleaning stuff. Like, I get it. It's a cool looking hotel. It looks really nice. But at some point you need to modernize these pictures for the current world and not be like, 6 years ago we updated and forgot ever since. And you'd better hope that there are more current reviews, because otherwise, who knows what you're going to get. Brent says, I feel like if a rental search ends up taking even several months, I'll be totally fine in the local hostels there. Maybe that makes me weird to not mind hostels. Now, I think a lot of people, once they get in, are fine with the hostels. It's the idea of hostels. Americans are so anti-hostel, they're so hostile, that it's like, well, I can't move into a hostel. What are you talking about? And then when they actually get into one, they're like, oh, this is fine, right? So I think that's a big thing. Luke says the links are dead, like their reputation. It's so true. Here, I'm going to send you the booking thing. Wait, I got to do the share button or it's going to be weird. This way you guys can look at it. This is not where the dead links are, so this you can actually see because it's on booking. But if you go to their website, it looks like a beautiful website, and then like you can't book a room on it. And you're like, you can't book a room? Are you telling me that you didn't notice that your book a room feature's gone? I think not. Something's seriously wrong. My friend is in Santiago right now. She said it's 11 degrees and raining. Brian says, I agree with the hostel statement. The bathroom situation weirded me out, but overall it was nice. Yeah, we went to one that was shared bathrooms, but there's plenty that aren't shared bathrooms too. Like the Simple is classified as a hostel. We don't have any shared bathrooms that I know of. It's all private bath. But the hostel designation gives you certain things. And it's easier. It basically means Simple Hotel, which our name is the Simple, so. Yeah, we stayed at, Brian and I stayed at the nice hostel on the square in Granada. I can't think of its name. And it was pretty nice. They had some really interesting spaces. Now I'd really like to stay at the Hotel Real Dario. Their food was so good. I really want to stay there. It reminded me of college dorms. You went to a much nicer college than I did. But I did have that kind of bathroom in the college dorm. That is true. The room was way nicer than my college dorm, though. This hotel is highly rated for its breakfast, convenient location, and attentive staff. I like the attentive staff, but I don't know if I want breakfast and convenient location as the reasons to go there. Nearby attractions include the National Museum and the National Stadium. I don't know where those are. It is pretty central. Well, that part's good. I really do need to go to Tegucigalpa and do some filming. Way too little people do that. It is. I feel like it's really warm in here tonight. which is weird. I've got the AC cranked. It shouldn't be warm. Brent says, many are ensuite bathroom setups, which have less traffic at least. Luke says, try living in old World War II barracks with open bays and open bathrooms. No stalls. Don Timoteo, Tegucigalpa is a hip town. I don't know if I'd call it a hip town, but it's more hip than a lot of Nicaragua. I'll give you that. It is a large city and really dense, and because it's in the mountains, like everybody's... Oh, the doggy needs something. Do you need to go out? What are you whining about? What is it? What is it? Are you coming back? Is he even? Alright. The dog has left. I don't know why. I hear the fumigators again. That's weird. Well, the dog has left. Tegucigalpa is a lot more sophisticated than anything in Nicaragua. Yeah, it is. That is true. It's you give up certain. It's such a weird thing. Like, why is Honduras so much more urban? I guess. Oh, there's a dog freaking out. Who knows? It helps to know some college students when visiting. Oh, in Tegucigalpa. Luke says, Fumies are back because they missed a skeeter. The thing that I like in Tegucigalpa is you can go look at the Airbnbs, and then you're like, oh, these are way cooler apartments than you see in Nicaragua. That's one of the things that kills me in Nicaragua is the lack of apartments and lack of hill towns. So when you're looking at Tegucigalpa, you get this really modern city kind of vibe because they have high rises or high-ish rise apartment buildings, and they have modern apartments, and because of the mountain terrain, you have views, like city views that are really beautiful, even from just very, normal, affordable apartments. You don't have to get into anything particularly crazy, and you can have a really beautiful setup. And I'm just looking at the very first Airbnb. It's $54 a night, and the views are fantastic. The apartment is fantastic. It's got lots of glass. It's got lots of lots of balcony. It's this is freaking nice. Now $54, it's not nothing, but this is a really nice looking apartment. If I was to be like, oh, I have to go live. Oh, my Boston's here. Why is my Boston here? The fumigation? He got scared?
It's not good for his lungs.
It's not. Is he going to come stay with me? Oh, what's going on? Okay. Mia's out there too, somewhere. Oh, there she is. Well, you got to stay up here. Oh, she's going to get you. She's going to get you. Oh, okay. I was going to hold you and be all nice and sweet, but instead you're going to fight. Okay. Okay, there they go. But imagine how inexpensive this apartment is in Tegucigalpa. It's probably very, very affordable to live in, and I would be thrilled with an apartment like this. It's beautiful. Luke says they've got elevators and such. Don says the hotels in Tegucigalpa are insane. They have big wedding hotel thing where there are huge hotels with multiple ballrooms. Oh, that's cool. I've only stayed in Tegucigalpa a few times, always in the same area, because I'm always just there for work and stuff. Sorry, little boy, you gotta stay here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, and she's crazy. Oh, yes, this one that I'm looking at that's $54. I'm like, that's so expensive. It's a penthouse, right? High view luxury penthouse. Save. That's going on my Tegucigalpa list. What am I thinking? Do I have a Tegucigalpa list? I need one. Hi, little dog. Oh, you're so sweet. Yes. I'll pick you up. Yes, you come up here. Yeah. Oh, you don't want to be held? I thought you wanted to be. Oh, she's back again. All right, go get her. My gosh. They're crazy. Jan says, fumigators go down one side of the street to a point, they turn around and go back the other direction to their starting point. Yeah, but we're on a cul-de-sac. They already did us. Brent says, I have a friend from the States who is from Tegucigalpa, as she calls it, Tegus, as she calls it, and lives there now. When I get back to Nicaragua, I'll be visiting her for sure. Dogfight, lol. Yes. They're very sweet. They're a pack, so they do their... Woo! She's really pushing him around. She's in a mood. He just wants to be held. He was kind of sleepy, and she is crazy. All right, I'm going to create a new wish list for Tegucigalpa. Hey, there we go. I mean, this place looks fantastic. I want to go stay, just to stay in a nice apartment. So the thing I was saying is that Nicaragua doesn't have many. It has a handful of modern apartments where you get that feeling of just a fancy apartment with not big necessarily, not expensive necessarily, and then you walk out and have that view of a big city and just all that expanse and stuff, and that is right up with some of my favorite things. Right, like that's how I like to live, and I don't get that here in Nicaragua. And there's a tiny bit in Managua here and there where you can kind of pull that off. And there's, you know, in Matagalpa, every so often there's like one or two places where you can kind of pull that off. But it's very rare. It's very difficult. But when I go to, you know, Bolivia, for example, and you think, oh, Bolivia, that's probably not all that fancy, and then you actually go to Bolivia, stay in Cochabamba, and I'm spending similarly, right, $50 a night or whatever, probably less, it's probably 40 something, and the apartments are so comfortable, so nice, and just wow, like this is fantastic. I could see living there. I could see really enjoying this, and you're right in the heart of the city, and you can get food delivered. And the views, you just look out the windows and there's just so much city to see, and I love seeing, like, you can see the traffic, and you can just, I like being a part of the urban environment. Like it's really cool, right? And so wow, here's one entire condo, 3 guests. It's a 1-bedroom, 2-bed, 2-bath, right? So this is not for a bunch of friends, but entire condo in Tegucigalpa, $24. Like, it's not an expensive place. And it's right around the corner. It's so close to us here that it is something that I feel we've been foolishly not leveraging. There are times that we just want to get out and do some. I think the air is clear. I'm going to let the little dog out. Yeah, we're going to let you out. Because you're a nut. Clive found Marcela and went running in there. Okay, that was funny. I feel like Tegucigalpa is one of those places I need to take the kids and go hang out. They would love it. Big city, not far away. Luke says, book the penthouse, bring your chef and security, and they will think you're a drug lord. Yes, they will. Jan says, they are probably just going by the other direction. I hear them come and go in the neighbor's street. It scares the dogs every time. Yeah, my dogs are crazy. But yeah, there's some... You hear the dog drinking her water? She's so loud. There's not a ton of Airbnb in Tegucigalpa, but every so often you find a really nice apartment, and you're like, that is so cool. Princess, she mentioned us meeting up in either Copan in their highlands or Tela, which she likes for beaches. Yeah, I think most people avoid Tegucigalpa. I think people are just afraid of Tegucigalpa, like, but it's fine, right? I spent time there. Would I wander the streets at night like I do in most of Nicaragua? Probably not, right? Or I'd really want to know the areas that I'm going to be in before I did that, or I'd feel a bit uncomfortable. But taking my kids, I mean, and it's the capital of our neighboring country, right? It's not going to be crazy, wildly different than here, right? I understand we're like the safest and they're like the most dangerous, but people still live their lives day to day. Like, people live there and go about their days and do their thing, and it isn't all that crazy. So it's easy to be like, isn't it so scary to go there? No, it's not. Brian says, I'm going down the rabbit hole trying to find the place in Managua. It was a popular hostel right across from the square in front of the carriage rides. Oh no, you're in the wrong city. It's in Granada, Brian, that's why. It's Salina. Salina, Granada is its name. Monty says, not leaving the States since I was 10 years old. What documents do we need to do border runs? A passport. A border run anywhere is just a passport, because the meaning of a border run is that you are leaving as a tourist and returning as a tourist. So there's never anything needed unless you needed extra paperwork to get in the first time. So like if I go to Bolivia and do a border run, I have to have a Bolivian visa, but it's in my passport. So Brian's like, it was the wrong city. Selena is expensive for what you get. It is. That is true. I think the setting is really nice. Like the building is super nice. The location is super nice. There's a bunch of things that you basically can't compete with. But then, yeah, the room that you get, like with a shared bathroom, and you're like $30 or whatever, like, that's why I probably won't go back. I did like it, like no problems. But yeah, I agree. It like its lobby and stuff. When you're in the lobby, you're like, wow, this is a fancy place. Then you go up to your room and you're like, it's not. I feel like it's a mismatch. I'm glad that the lobby's so nice because of the spot that it's in. You want people on the street to be looking in and be like, ooh, fancy Nicaragua. But if they then stay at the place and go up to their room, they'll be like, what have I done? Why? Why am I like this? But the place next to it is really nice. App only, can't manually check in. Oh, that's right. And this was years ago? We couldn't check in. It was such a mess. That was really dumb. My daughter just sent me a message. Oh, she just wants a video game. Okie dokie. Brent says, interestingly, she's never been to Nicaragua and said that she was raised to believe that it was exceedingly dangerous. I told her that my many visits there were great and she was genuinely shocked. That's crazy. She lives in the most dangerous country in the Western Hemisphere, and a country that has always been the most dangerous in the Western Hemisphere. It's not like sometimes it was dangerous and sometimes Nicaragua wasn't. Nicaragua's always been the safe one, and Honduras has always been the dangerous one. What? Like, that it isn't as safe as it is? Like, and I get parts of Honduras are not that dangerous for sure. But she lives in Tegucigalpa, the second most dangerous piece. Like, wow. The things that people think. It's so weird. Like the whole, like, no one looks at crime statistics. Well, we have 100 crimes for every 6 of theirs. They're scary. What? The only thing that really matters. Brian says, all my passwords are randomized, so I had to break out the laptop, approve the foreign login. Yeah. Was not ideal. Yeah, that was not a good check-in experience. None of that. It was unnecessarily complicated and bad customer service. Don says, at Brent, that's funny because people in Nicaragua think Honduras is certain death, which is far more true. Like, when I was in Honduras, it was so much, like, so noticeably sketchier than Nicaragua. So much more. Yeah. And still not that bad. Right. But... People want to order smoothies. My keyboard's having one of those nights where the R doesn't work. Drives me crazy. I gotta grab my kids and ask them what they want for smoothies. Hopefully they don't close. Anyone know when Hugoso closes? Oh, my session has expired. Great. Who knows what's going to go wrong now? Brian says, "Arr." Brent says, I think it stems from the fact that her dad was a high-ranking military officer back in the day, so another perspective, I guess. Another perspective meaning he was intentionally misleading people? Certainly military would not think it was any more. What the heck? Oh. My Peditos jaw stopped working. That's just great. Not what I wanted to deal with on the live stream. How do I sign in? I don't know. I thought it worked by my telephone number. Oh, continuous cellular. So back in the day, oh, my number changed over the years. It says I'm signing back in. Maybe it knows me. It does know me. Okay. All right, we're all right. Not the end of the world. That's one of the problems with the apps that make you sign in using a phone number. There's so much to go wrong. It's not like normal apps where it's like, hey, sign in using whatever's logical for you. A username and password, Google, whatever. When you do, we're going to make you use this phone number thing. You have this, oh, that's not the phone number I want to use. You have... my phone number changed. I don't know which one I had at the time. Problems like that are very confusing. Trying to find, oh, there we go. I have to find the Kiwi Fest. I've not yet found it. There it is. Acero Negro, Marathon de Guanabana, Volcano, Pitillazo, and Kiwi Fest. That seems like enough for everybody. Delivery, cross your fingers. It's 8:01, so there's a really good chance it will not actually deliver because we crossed an hour border. Yay! High ranking. How about a keyboard that doesn't work with all vowels? John Blair says, good evening. If you were to recommend an area to live in Managua, what would it be? Well, it really depends what you're looking for, because Managua is a big city, so you get all kinds of stuff. In the northwest, you got Bologna, has a lot of the old, cool stuff. In more of the center, you got Los Robles. In the south, you've got Santo Domingo, Las Colinas. You've got Villa Fontana Sur, Aurora. There's a ton of really cool areas in the city, right? And it depends really what you're looking for. What kind of lifestyle you want, what kind of housing you want, what kind of prices you want, access to things that you want, because it's a big sprawling city. So it's we need to know a bit more of what you'd actually want. James says, is there a strong ginger ale locally? I don't know if it's strong. We have a local ginger ale. Shaler makes a ginger ale that I like. Brian says, it's rare that someone gets a new cell phone number nowadays. That's not true outside the U.S. It remains an American thing to have a stable phone number, especially now that people don't use phone numbers at all, right? So I think that there was a time period where people had very rapidly changing numbers. Then there was a period where lots of people stabilized, but never foreigners, but Americans stabilized. But now it's going back to destabilized once again as fewer and fewer things use phone numbers, because for a while it was like they needed to stabilize. Now they're irrelevant. Now they're like an IP address, so we're back to them being destabilized because nobody cares. Kind of like IP addresses, right? There was a time period where people were like, we got to have a stable IP address, and people paid for static, and like loads of people paid for static. Now paying for static is crazy. Like the idea that you would need a static outside of a server in a data center, it's like, what's going on? So it's like that stuff has changed a lot. Here, people have multiple phone numbers all the time, and if you move between countries, they make you switch. So it's really common outside the U.S. to switch numbers. The U.S. is one of the few places that's giant and has mobility. Diana says, when relocating, is it best to stay with the phone provider from the States or switch it to a Nicaraguan local? So it's always best to be on T-Mobile from the U.S. Most people decide that they want to keep their U.S. number one way or another, but not always, but most people just want a U.S. number. But then you will want to have a local Nicaraguan number. Like, you just will. So Claro or Tigo, assume you will be getting that, right? Same as if you move anywhere. And the biggest reasons are, one, you want service here, right? Even if you keep a U.S., so one, Verizon simply doesn't work, period, anywhere in the world, does not work. AT&T, crazy expensive, you should never use it, but at least it works. T-Mobile, super cheap, works everywhere in the world. Okay, so even if you have T-Mobile, which I do, and you move to Nicaragua, which I did, you can get by, but one, if you use it constantly, eventually they'll cut you off. They don't let you do it for forever. They don't let you actually live in other countries. And two, you're going to want really fast service. So you generally want to turn down your US to as little as you can, and you want to get super high-speed, dirt cheap Nicaraguan service. And since it's so cheap and easy, yeah, you just do that. So you go get a number here, and running it all month, $12. You get really fast internet, and there's a lot of things like Pedidos Ya that won't let you use their service if you don't have a local number. That's the biggest deal. We don't need it for, I don't know that I've ever made a phone call here in the country. We use WhatsApp for everything, so that doesn't really matter. But the high-speed internet for dirt cheap, and because your American service here, even if you have service, will be slow. Whereas if you have the local number, it'll be fast. So generally people want that. And then that whole, like Petito's Jaw and similar, so you can do like delivery apps and taxi apps. That's a big deal. So you want to have that. Brent says, how are you doing, Don? I was just chatting with Jerry yesterday, wondering about you. Brian says, I was there for 9 days and picked up a SIM card. Brent says, don't knock my Verizon service. I'm not knocking it. It knocks itself. Brent says, WhatsApp letting you use your U.S. number is nice. Yeah, I mean, you can use any number anywhere. That they make you have any number is the thing I don't like. Diana says, great, thanks. I had Tigo when I first got here. I found Claro to be better, but T-Mobile uses Claro. So originally my thought process was I want the two, so I'd be on Tigo when I was being fast and local. If for some reason I had a problem, my T-Mobile would be on Claro. And that logically makes sense, but Claro is just the tiniest bit cheaper and treats you better. So it ended up like they just gave me an eSIM, no problems whatsoever. Tigo's like, yeah, we'll switch you to an eSIM, and they did a bunch of extra stuff, and then they broke it. And then their answer was, you have to rebuy everything. It's on you because we broke it. And I'm like, I don't care that we're talking about a few dollars. This is an asinine situation to be in. And you broke it, so let's do it again on my dime. Zero explanation as to why it would work the second time. Right? It's kind of like, okay, I'm gonna, I'm paying for a service, and the guy just takes a dart and goes, "Oop, oh, we didn't hit the number. You can pay for me to do it again." Be like, I paid for the service. That you threw a dart and missed is not part of me paying you for the service. And they're like, sorry, you just gotta pay, and we throw the dart again. If it doesn't work, you're screwed. I'm just like, no. So switch to Claro, and so the thing is that Tigo does not have native eSIM. They're SIM only, and then they convert you to eSIM, which is not acceptable and doesn't work with modern phones, only with recently modern phones. So there's a pending impossibility. So my new phone wouldn't work that way at all. So too bad. Claro natively is eSIM. So I just walk in, go, hey, I want service. They give me a QR code. I go, boop, and now I have service. Right. So I've been happier with Claro. It's just made life easier, and that's been my experience. Tigo wasn't bad, and that was a really minor thing at the end, but it was enough that I was like, why would I do this when I can just walk into Claro? And so that's what I did. And I've had zero problems since. Luke says, T-Mobile sends me a monthly reminder that I get 5 gigs of high-speed data. Add the To-Go 7 prepaid pack from Claro, 12 gig of data monthly. Yes. You're doing the To-Go 7 prepaid pack? Interesting. I use the Super Pack 15 or whatever it is. 2 of them, obviously. It's cheaper, so this is one of those tricks. If you want to get a 30-day service, it costs more than if you get 2 15s. So little savings there, get the 15s. And if you're like me, often, like today, I'm at the end of my 15 days. I'm not going anywhere. I'm actually going somewhere tomorrow. Oh, that reminds me. Janet, via tomorrow. But if, what if I wasn't going anywhere tomorrow? I'm just not going to re-up my Claro. I don't need it. Right? No need. So then I save a little bit. Oh, okay. Yes. So I pay $2.10. So it's another, whatever that is, 10 cents, or no, it's not 10 cents, 30 cents. But I get the super pack with the extra features or whatever and all the freebies. Let's go look. What else we got to do? So we're going to look at the Claro. That R is killing me. But the Tigos are almost identical. Same features, same prices within, it's so close. How is Cadejo? I wanted to go, but I'm working so much. I'm so tired. but La Marcelita wants to go tomorrow, and she just got here, so we're gonna go and film. It's someone new. Let's see, super packs. Oh, it makes me put in my phone. I don't know my number. Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. The to-go 4 15-day. Oh, now up to 9 gig. So I use the super pack without a name. You're using the, wait. You're not using the to-go, you're using the to-do. T-O-D-O, not T-O-G-O. The T-O-D-O 4, to-do 4, or Toto 4. 9 gig, 15 days, 200. Oh. And so you're getting 9 gig for 200. I always get the super pack. Same thing, 15 days. It's 30 cord more, so it's another 80 cents. So you're definitely saving a little bit of money. I mean, not a ton, but that adds up. That's over $1.50 a month. You get 9 gig, I get 7.5 gig, but I get unlimited YouTube. Probably not worth it. I should go with the 9. I'm never watching YouTube when I'm out doing stuff. Well, that's not really true. I upload to YouTube on that, so that's why I use it. I never hit my 7.5 gig, and that's an increase for sure. And we both get unlimited Facebook, Instagram, Spotify, WhatsApp, and I don't know what that other one is. I'm not sure what the other there's one last service that we also get unlimited. And then mine, I also get TikTok, which I don't use, and YouTube, which I do use. So I'm paying a tiny bit more, but getting more YouTube. You're paying a tiny bit less, but getting more general internet. So if you're getting a lot of emails or surfing a lot of websites, maps, yours is going to be better. If you're going to be doing enough YouTube to make up for the difference, mine would be better. Janet says they were really good. I was very happy. Ramon was very happy. It was fun, and one of those ladies with the sexy clothes that dances is very pregnant. Sexy ladies who dances with the sexy clothes. Oh, those ladies who dance with the sexy clothes. They may not be sexy ladies, but they have sexy clothes. I'm not sure who you mean. But who's very pregnant? The single day promo price. Wait, why is the single day 10 gigs? That's crazy. So the one that's nuts is the 30-day. So like I said, if I get the 15-day twice, if I don't take any time off in between to make it cheaper, I get 30 days with 15 gig for 460 cord. And if Luke does it on his plan, he gets the same thing for 200 cord for 15 days. But if I go for the 30 days, instead of paying under 460 cord, you pay 600 cord. That's like $5 more, and you get nothing. Janet says, you'll see, she usually sits at the front. I just looked at who is playing, and it's going to be Queen. It sounds like, yes, it's a Queen cover band. Oh, yeah, something Alpha Rockers, maybe? But I'm not sure everything works out this week to go. It would be fun, though. Yeah, it should be cool. We'll see. I've not seen them. I forgot the band name. So you really want to look at the plans because they're surprisingly not logical. And like, if you want 1 day, it's 40 cord. But if you want 4 days, it's 50 cord. But the 1 day comes with 10 gig. And the 4 days comes with 1.8 gig. Like, it's all over the place. And then the 7 days is more than double the 4 days. But is very much in line with the 15 days. So the 7 days and the 15 days are almost identical. Because 2 7 days would be 220, and the 15 days is 230. And so the 15 days is pennies cheaper than the 7 days. But using the 7 days, you get more data. 4.5, this is all in the super packs, per 7 days. So at the end of the 15 day, well, at the end of the 14 days, you got 9 gig. Whereas the 15 days that I pay a slightly less for gets a 7.5 gig. But if you're doing the 7 and the 7 plus 1 more, it's just a tiny bit more than that. So it's really close to 10 gig. Yeah, Luke says the 1 day 10 gig is for that guy making his home movies. So it's a really weird, like, every single pack on Claro has a different target audience. And obviously some of it is for, like, vacationers. So, like, oh, you're here for a couple days, here's your 1 week pack. Here's what you get. And you want to buy 1 day at a time, something weird's going on. And so the 7 and the 15 are like the sensible people packs, and the 30 day is like you're an idiot who doesn't look at the thing and you have way too much money and too little common sense, and so that's what they sell you. So mine's called Super Pack a Day Internet, and Luke's is called Super Pack Todo Incluido. But his Todo Incluido does not include YouTube. And there is no good basic information. Janet says, I do the 15 only when I need it. Yep, I basically 7 and 15 are the only ones I ever consider. Luke says, the 1 day pass is your German YouTubers that bash countries and have to leave. South African, Luke. South African. Yes. Toto 4 does include you. Wait, how? If yours includes YouTube, what is the difference between that and the Super Pack Day Internet? Because specifically the thing I'm getting is YouTube. That's weird. One thing I don't know, how do you find out what's on, what plan you're on right now? Like, I can't remember the last time I refilled. And so am I past? Am I getting close? I don't know. I do wish that they had like an app that told you your current status and not just a way to buy. So what I do is completely forget, go for 15 days and then go, that's so weird. Luke, I need to switch to that. That'll save me 80 cents every time I re-up. And give me an extra 1.5 gig. What the heck? There's a lot of these are just you need to know what you get. And their website definitely says my special extra feature is YouTube. That makes it so much cheaper. I mean, but $200. So let's figure out what that monthly price is then. So that's $400 per month. $11, just under $11 for a month of high-speed internet, 18 gigs included. Claro app only supports postpaid, won't support prepaid. Yeah, I know. That's the, and I don't really like you. So for those who are wondering, you don't get an app. You just have to go to a web page to pay, which is super weird. Works fine. Tigo gives you an app, but it's like, just give me an app so I can see what's going on. I would do more with Claro if I had an app because I want to see what my account has. I just want to look at it, and I don't want to be on, like, I normally am looking at it on Wi-Fi. So, like, I just want to be able to look and know. Oh, I gotta see how close our, oh. Hold on a second. I gotta make sure that they know that the... No fue un sonido. Alright, I don't know what's going on. The guy's outside, I think they started a moto, and I could not get people to understand, hey, go outside and get the drinks, because what did they think we were waiting for? I'm back on the video. So that was a long dig into how much everything cost. Oh, Queen Tigo has a nighttime deal from 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. I think it is 30 Cordobas, 10 gig. Interesting. I haven't seen that one. I was a bit worried because I never heard him honk, but I heard his engine start back up. That's like, what's going on out there? Yeah, so if you hunt around and pay some attention, I've apparently been paying like $12.50 for a month, and you can get down to just under $11. That's pretty darn good, and considering inflation and everything, that it's gone down from 12 to 11. Like, we're really not paying very much for high-speed internet here. And then when you consider that, depending on what goes on, I often go weeks without having any internet. Probably my average month is like $8, maybe less, $7. Now you guys are quiet again. It is 8:30 here. Where'd everybody go? Why is everybody so quiet? Yeah, cell phones, very easy to deal with here. Definitely the way to go. ¿Todo bien? Ah, para mí. Perfecto. Gracias. Él fue super silencio.
Sí. Gracias.
Con gusto.
Ya las niñas tienen su...
Ah, gracias. Meritón de Guanábana. Guanábana. Bam, bam, banana. Guanábana. Larry says, just jumped on, saw the full set where you got up. Those are delicioso. There's something about doing the live stream that makes people always want to order drinks. Which works out fine for me because they're good for the show. Luke says, per Claro site, 9 gig, 15 days, includes Instagram, Spotify, Facebook, WhatsApp, X, Apple Music, YouTube, and unlimited minutes. That's so weird. When you move, this is Kevin. When you move there with a pet, does the pet have to do border runs also? No, pets do not have passports. Is it easy bringing a dog into the country? Bringing a dog in is quite easy, yes. Getting them here, that can be challenging. But the actual process of bringing one in is quite easy. Larry says, what an amazing setup. It looks like MGM Studios. It really does. MGM on a new budget. That is a delicious. The Marathon of Guanabana has been my favorite the whole time we've been here. Like every so often I try a different one. I always come back. They're hard to get. I think they run out of Guanabana because not that many people order it. I mean, it's not unpopular, and they make ice cream out of Guanabana here, so it does have it. Half of Disney World and MGM were shut down today without war. Really? How did I miss that in the news? Wait, there's new U.S. tariffs for every country? Oh my gosh. I'm not finding anything in the news about Disney World. Nothing's popping up in the news. Daily Mail. Yeah, I'm not finding anything. Okay, tonight the president announced adjustments to some of those reciprocal tariffs ahead of his midnight deadline. So, blah, blah, blah. Tonight, okay, so what's different? And you go down, Nicaragua is not on the list. So we're just the same. Leo says, did the tsunami hit you at all? We had a small amount of extra waves, but it was not that big. Either about Disney or MGM. Inside the Magic and add a post. Here we go. Urgent safety disturbance emerges at Disneyland, leaving guests troubled. Wait, this is Disneyland. No, this is unrelated. Yeah, nothing in Inside the Magic. was a lot of things posted today, but wait, what? Terrifying ferry crash at Magic Kingdom leaves dozens hurt? No, this is in Saudi Arabia. Okay, this other thing. Behind the magic is confusing. As storms slammed down on Central Florida, is that true? Is there storms right now? 19 unlucky guests had the magic of the Magic Kingdom ruined when the ferry boat collided with the dock. Oh. That's unfortunate, but pretty minor, I think. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. Oh, yeah, I just got to it. That was like 50 articles down. Half of a Disney World park, half of a park, not half of Disney World, was closed this morning without warning or reason. Crews were seen cleaning up a mysterious liquid off the floor while guests scrambled to change their itineraries. What's going on? The sun had barely risen over Disney's Hollywood studios. Okay, so just to be clear, no one's impacted. Who goes there? When an unusual scene greeted early visitors, entire sections of the park, normally buzzing with life, were eerily silent and blocked off by cast members. Blah, blah, blah. If you've ever planned a Disney day down to the minute, this type of surprise can derail everything, blah, blah. While Disney is yet to officially explain the cause of the closure, here's everything we observed. Closed access to Echo Lake, Indiana Jones Stunt Spectacular, Star Tours, Grand Avenue, and Mickey and Minnie's Runaway Railway. Cast members were stationed along Hollywood Boulevard, politely turning guests away from affected areas. Blah, blah, blah. By late morning, crews were spotted pressure washing the ground near Indiana Jones, specifically around the Oasis Canteen kiosk. While Disney has not, that's an ice cream stand. While Disney has not officially confirmed the reason for the shutdown, the cleaning suggests an active maintenance or safety-related issue rather than a long-term closure. Well, if it was only closed for part of the morning, it definitely doesn't sound like it was a permanent closure. That's a weird article. They say, good news. Sunset Boulevard with the Twilight Zone Tower of Terror and the Rock and Roller Coaster remain open to the public. Those are not even fun. The last thing I'd want to do is be stuck going on those. So I was there. When was I there? Last year? Early 2024? Could that be? That must be. When did I go? Now I don't remember. I wasn't there this year, was I? I was there last year. And yeah, it's been quite some time. I'm losing my mind. I went to Disney, took the kids. I feel like it's been some time. And, my internet's on the slow side. Luke knows. Last year, yeah, I was there in. It was in the middle of the year, last year. That's why I was confused as to the time. Yeah, so I was there just a year ago, and we did Disney Studios. And there's like nothing to do there. It's so boring. But the new Disney ride that replaced the amazing ride that was there, the I can't think of it, the main ride. They replaced the main ride for some reason. And the new one they put in is absolutely fantastic, but it's sad because the one they took out is absolutely fantastic. And like the only two good things they've ever had there are in the same spot, so you never got both of them. So that's weird. I feel like the overall Disney Studio experience has gone way, 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 way down, but that one new ride is pretty fantastic. And my Disney World recap was by far my #1 least popular video of the last 2 years. So that is not something any of you guys want to see anything about. It's a little bit hard to talk all the cold Hugoso gets on my tongue and I'm like, "Meow, meow, meow." Disney has gone woke. I mean, Disney's always been DEI. That's not a new thing. In my memory of them, anyway. Not sure how that affects the cleanup, but Jan says, I think I watched the Disney one, but I don't remember that there was anything. It was just boring, I think, Janet. It's probably just because it's not about Nicaragua. I think it was probably because it's like, here we are in Florida doing a recap of an amusement park. It's not like I'm showing the amusement park. And not like, because I didn't want to do like showing the kids on the show. Not that the kids can't be on the show, just the kids don't like the show to be about them. So they would not appreciate me filming their time in Disney or in Universal. We did Universal too. We really put in a point to do the Harry Potter stuff. That was actually the biggest thing. My kids had not seen the Harry Potter, whatever that's called, the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, whatever, at Universal. So we really wanted to go see that with them. And while they're still young enough to really like it, and we are planning on returning. This is the one thing that we know. Sorry, I'm staring at my watch. It's funny. I'm not. It gets these weird, like, divots. I can't figure out from what. It's definitely not from colliding with things. So I'm not sure what does it. And I need to charge it, but I don't know where the cable is. When the new How to Train Your Dragon World opens, we're planning on probably going back, depending on the state of the U.S. Luke says, kids in Florida used to look forward to grad night close to the public for the night, but bus kids from all over to run amok all night. Yeah, I remember that. Disney used to be a lot more fun. Alligator already starts deporting people. Yeah, it's hard to imagine being like, let's go to Disney for grad now. But I remember when I was much younger, that was a big thing. It's lost so much of its magic. It's too bad because they did start serving alcohol. That helped, I think. But they did away with so many cool rides and made it just so trashy that it's like, oh, this takes all the fun out of it. Like, it used to be something different. It used to be something special. Now there's bits that are still special for sure. But, and we really did, the last time we were there, my daughter had a really bad foot infection, and they were just like, oh, let us get you a wheelchair and take care of all this stuff, and they were so good about that. Like, that was amazing how accommodating they were for some things, and we were really, really happy with that, and made a huge difference, but the actual park, so much of it was just like, oh. Luke says, kids in float, yeah. Mark says, Alligator Abbey says, Luke says, my grad night had Information Society and Tiffany play. Like, actually had them play? How big was your grad night? My gosh, I grew up in a small area. We'd never had things like that ever anywhere. In digital format, it says tsunami. Yeah, we had like a little bit of extra water here, but very, very little. We were only expecting, they were saying 1 to 3 feet, which 1 to 3 feet above, if it wasn't high tide, is not really that high. So we were okay. Luke says, yep. Yeah, I grew up in Western New York. Everything is small town up there. Everything's small time up there. Big bands never come play. People you've heard of never come play. I don't know why. We're just like the forgotten part of the country, which is weird because, Buffalo, which I grew up really close to, was the second largest city in America not that long ago. I mean, it's been a while, but that used to be a powerhouse city before Chicago took over. So much American history takes place in New York, and now it's just a forgotten place. And you're like, there's still a lot of people here, people. And then everybody's just like, nope, we don't care. You are the left out place. Everything is skipped there. Most Americans forget it exists. Luke says it was 89 and all the guys from Miami were all wearing the shiny suits. Went straight to the bathroom chopping out rails of coke. That is 1989 right there. All the shiny suits. I had a shiny suit. I really did. That was the era of shiny suits. Indigenal says, have you ever been to the other coast? I assume you mean in Nicaragua. I have not. I've been to the other coast in Central America, in both Panama and in Belize, but not here in Nicaragua. Now that my driver's license is on its way, much more likely to head out there now that I can drive, but it is crazy far away. Bryce went out there. He had a good time in Bluefields. He said it was really nice. Jan says, well, Vegas Matt is in Buffalo right now, having an event at a casino. So someone remembers it. I listen to Vegas Matt because he is so funny. Oh, someone remembers Buffalo. Gotcha. Luke says, I had a hypercolor shirt. Does that count? The 80s were hilarious because that is the era when we could color shirts anything we wanted. Like everything. Like in the 70s, we only knew how to make things brown and brownish. Like we got red. It's not really red. It's just brown with a red hint. And we got green. Not really green. Brown with a green hint. Even our yellow was like kind of a dark mustard. Like everything in the 70s was so brown. And then in the 80s, they invented the concept of color. Like the world was just brown until the 80s. And then in the 80s, they're like, oh my gosh, we can actually use colors in everything. It's amazing that we're now in the age of, and it's not AI, but we're in this age of this thing we're calling AI, which is still pretty cool technology. And we have this supercomputer in our pocket thing, and we have the internet, and we have these amazing technologies. We have YouTube and 4K streaming video. And I remember an era where our minds were blown because we figured out how to make clothes in predictable colors. That's a lot to see change over a lifetime. Humans are not meant to experience this level of change, right? We were still, when I was young, amazed by how much productivity was added with the electronic typewriter. Not the digital typewriter where you put things on a little screen and then it typed for you. Just an old-fashioned typewriter that you didn't have to press so hard. That was the amazing breakthrough, right? Like, Custom-made Van shoes, still made by hippies living under the Venice Pier. I never heard of Van shoes until decades after that. Luke says, that's because everyone was sniffing the ditto paper. Jan says, 1968 was avocado and gold. Oh, yeah, I know. IBM Electroglide. What did I have? It was not an IBM. I had a... I don't remember. Boy, it's been a long time. The IBM was wild with its tight ball things like that was some amazing stuff. Like, think about how recently it was, and even in the computer era, is like what was the high tech with your computer? It had a dot matrix printer. Like, whoa, what is ditto paper? I had a Pika and Elite carrier. And think about all the time we spent learning cursive and typing in high school. Or elementary school, whatever. So much time. This is the one skill you're going to need, people. How to load typewriter ribbon and how to write in a script designed intentionally not to be legible. Why would anyone teach that? Like, I remember being a little kid and thinking, this is really stupid. No one should ever write this way. And now, by the time I was 18, well, no, 14. I have not written in cursive since I was 14. From kindergarten through age 14, it was the single most valuable skill that my school believed we would ever need. And on the day I started 9th grade, at 14 years old, I never had a call to use it again for the rest of my life. There's never been a situation where I have wanted to quickly scribble something illegible on a piece of paper. I don't know any reason that anyone would ever want to do that. Except for doctors who are trying to avoid malpractice by pushing off the danger to someone else. I literally don't know what its function was supposed to be. And clearly my teachers didn't know either. But that just occurred to me that it wasn't like somewhere in my adulthood it stopped being useful. It was the last day of 8th grade, it was our number one most critical skill. And my first day of 9th grade, it was no longer acceptable to use something so childish and unprofessional. The gap in that is just so crazy. Jan says, I refuse to take typing because I never wanted to be a secretary. I learned to type when I was 5, and I was required to take typing multiple years in elementary school and then again in high school. And I could out-type the typing teacher, and we hated each other, and still do. I still hope he's dead, and I mean that. What to do with all that perfy from the printer? Self-taught typing on a manual typewriter, age 8. Janet says, I always printed because my father printed. I just have a signature. Right, you need a signature. What is my signature like? It's scribbly, and you can't read it. And my kids, like their signatures, they don't write cursive, so they just have some weird thing. My signature, so this is funny, all through the age when you would have used a signature from cursive, I actually signed my papers under a different name because I had a nickname that was so solid in high school. None of my teachers knew my real name. Like, my legal signature was a different name in high school. And so I had this really fancy non-cursive signature that I used for it. So that's a funny thing. Jan says, Luke, I had the manual. I took it to university, but wouldn't learn how to type for real until I had to work in my 40s. Phil says, hey, what's up, Scott? I'm back from my trip to Nicaragua. Hey, Phil, glad to have you back. How did it go? Luke says, asked my 9-year-old nephew to sign a program from a music production he played in. He had no idea what a signature is. It's not really a thing anymore. Janet says, my signature is pretty, but I have trouble writing to Garcia instead of Sweeney. Yep. My signature is really hard to replicate because I don't write cursive anymore, so it's just a signature. It's funny that we had this era, and I don't know when it started, but I'm guessing 1890s, where America went from people don't learn anything to does it print itself? That is what that should mean. People went from no one writes and very few people read to everyone has to know this weird scribble cursive script, and it's the most important thing. It'll define the world to you. In 1890, and by 1990, it was gone. Right? So somewhere there was something like a 100-year, maybe it was 150, maybe it was 75, but there's something like a 100-year time box in which we were convinced this one skill was forever the most important thing you could possibly do. And prior to that, it had no purpose. And after that, it had no purpose. And in between, it existed just to keep teachers busy, obviously, and to put people at risk by making things illegible. And by the time I have kids, they're like it's like a vestige of what is that? Why did that exist? How dumb were you? Right? That's their response. How dumb did people have to be to try to write this way? This makes no sense. I'm like, it didn't make any sense, right? But this is the focus that we had. Phil says, I would like to report back the Grand Pacifica Resort certainly didn't seem like a place where the people there hate Nicaragua. Okay, that's good. I'm not getting much work done here, Janet says. There were no dirt roads to get there. Oh, wow. And didn't feel very remote. We ended up driving all over from Leon to Granada. Well, awesome. Luke says, the golden era of public education. All right, so Phil, that's really interesting. So that must be a relatively new road because we had people there recently who were really struggling to get in and out very, very recently. Don says, 100 years ago, a lot of people couldn't write. Exactly, right? Like, so 100 years ago, probably a little bit less, or a little bit more than that, right? So 100 years ago would put you in the 1920s. I think the level of people writing by the 1920s was relatively high. Certainly not crazy high, right? The 20s and 30s still had a lot of struggle on education. It was the 40s when we boomed forward. But the 20s and 30s and 10s, the 10s, 20s, and 30s, I think had pretty high reading and writing. The 1890s and 1900s feel like that was like the transition time when it was like, well, there's still a lot of call for people to not be able to write. That's why you put your mark on things instead of having like a signature that was like your name. It would just be like a symbol that you put. If you think about like the Old West, right? People would always say, oh, put your mark on that, because they just assumed that people didn't know how to write their names. And it was a safe assumption. Like, who would know how to write your name? Because you would have to learn just to do that one thing, and then you just have to trust that it's your name. Now we're suddenly quiet. It is funny that autograph doesn't print itself. That's a little bit funny. So Phil, from your first scouting trip, what did you like? Granada, Leon. Everybody's what I've got the text is way up there is why I keep looking off. That way, all the like what people are saying is far away. I've got other things going on my screen, which I probably shouldn't because none of it's ending up being relevant. I end up looking up there all the time. Although when I go to look something up, when someone's like, this place, that place, I end up coming back. It's an ECI development resort. It was okay. They have one restaurant called Sea Salt, which was American prices. Waitresses there could shave $1 off if you aren't good at converting Cordobas. Would shave $1 off if you weren't good at converting. Why did they have you converting Cordobas? Or do you mean that they would... Because they're not allowed to list prices in U.S. dollars. It's so the law in Nicaragua is that prices always have to be in Cordobas, but if you're paying in dollars, and then they could do. They had a restaurant bar owner store just outside the restaurant. That was awesome. $1 beers and great prices. A restaurant bar corner store. I've heard that there's a place just outside that's pretty decent. Nice, very nice. Carl Peterson says, Scott, do you know if making border runs to Honduras is safe? Yeah, absolutely. Crossing the border is safe. You can't do a border run that we call a border run to Honduras. There's no such thing. But the act of entering Honduras is safe. At least at a major crossing. If you could do one of the wilderness crossings, who knows? But if you're crossing at Las Manos, Guasales, any of the major crossings, like, no, it's perfectly safe. Phil says, shave $1 off for themselves, stealing an extra tip, basically. Gotcha. I understand what you're... Now I see what you're saying, yeah. They're adding $1 on, basically. Are they... So are they bringing you the bill in Cordobas, you pay in dollars, they bring you change, but it's short just a tiny bit? That would make sense. I got my phone stolen out of my very stylish fanny pack by a pack of children in Granada. Granada's a rough place. For that, like, not rough, but yeah, the packs of children. Well, that sucks. Right, like Jan said. So Honduras does not have a full border with Nicaragua. You're inside the CA4. So we're considered a single country by law. So it's like going into another state, technically. And that's written into the Constitution. That's not an opinion. That is the official legal definition by Nicaragua. So crossing the Honduran border it's a border, but it's like Texas to Oklahoma. Like, we're doing a border run to Oklahoma. Sure, you can drive into Oklahoma and drive back. Now, unlike Texas to Oklahoma, Nicaragua to Honduras does have a security checkpoint. They do look at your papers. They do sometimes choose to stamp them. Sometimes they don't. They don't have to. They can turn you around. There's a bunch of things, but it's a soft border. It's a partial border. So like a state border. So it doesn't count as a border run, but the term border run does not apply to that. If you were running up to the border, crossing it for some reason and running back, yes, people might call it a border run. But when we're saying border run, we normally mean to renew your visa. That's the accepted term border run that you cannot do in Honduras. Border crossings, only Costa Rica or leaving the region on a plane would do that. Right, Costa Rica, Belize, and Mexico are the only 3 touching borders. So either a plane or you have to get over one of those are the 3 things that border the CA4. Don says, Phil, how do you know the children stole it? Phil says, we got pulled over by the police and the guy was all business. I gave him all the documents requested and they let us go. That's how it should be, right? That's how it's supposed to work. So good. Where were you pulled over? So if you're coming from Grand Pacific, my guess is it was between there and Leon. Like out on the main road, like on the right is a little police station. They pull a lot of people over there. Or it could be you were heading into you were going to Granada and you took the old Managua Road or the old Leon Road as they call it, and you were in Villa de Carmen. That's always where you get pulled over. But they'll actually give you tickets. So Dale's here. I'm still looking to get together to do a first trip. Not sure where to go as I've seen of the temps there less than 5 degrees. I would like somewhere that I don't need a car. Carl says, will most vendors or businesses in Nicaragua accept payment in bolivars? No. I will be surprised if you can find anyone who will take bolivars. We have no way to use them here. They're totally legally allowed to take it? Absolutely. Would anyone take it? No. No one will recognize it. No one will have any idea how to exchange it. They will have no idea. I've never seen a bolivar in Nicaragua ever. As a business owner here, I can tell you, we have no way. We don't have bolivar accounts. We don't have information on that. We have nothing. Right? We're a dual currency country, so if you want to use anything that isn't one of our official currencies, we are 100% legal to take them. No problem. but this is not a country where people have the resources in a store to figure out how to take random foreign currencies. And they would be like, so let's just say you're buying a donut, right? Hey, I'll give you X number of bolivars for this donut. The person who's at the counter is not going to be empowered to do that, right? They're going to have to find an owner. The owner is going to be like, they're going to be going on their phone. They're going to be searching if they're willing to do it. And then they're going to be like, okay, I have to get this cash. Somehow I have to verify that it's real. And then I have to go to the bank and convince them to give me money for this. Because they can't use it, right? So as a business owner, I would expect 99% of businesses will simply turn you down and be like, we might as well not get paid, right? It's so useless. So I think I can't imagine a scenario where anybody would be able to take it. Pulled over, looking to get together. Somewhere I don't need a car. So for Dale, where you don't need a car, Granada, Leon, Managua. I wouldn't even want a car in Managua. San Juan, kind of obviously. More or less any city, you're going to be fine. Nicaraguans don't have cars. So as long as you're willing to travel like a Nicaraguan, you can go anywhere that's of any size. If you go into like there's this cool little village I saw a picture of, I'd like to go out there. No, you're going to need a car. But if you're in any of the cities, right, even Boaca, Huigalpa, Chinandega, Rivas, Jinotega, Acatal, Esteli, Messiah, all of them, you're okay without a car for getting around the place that you're in, for sure. Phil says, Don, we were first approached by some guitar players, then bracelet vendors, then 4 or 5 kids showed up, another guy, a flute player at the end, may have gotten it, not sure. I left my fanny pack in the car, so I went to give a tip to the guitar players and grabbed my fanny pack. They said, not enough money. I said, F off then. I never asked you for all these songs. Don says, someone gave me a 10 rand from South Africa as change. I'm sure they didn't actually look at it. It looks like a 10 Cordoba. Phil says, I grabbed my friend and said, we need to leave, and by the time I got back to the car, my phone was gone. Wow, that sucks. Luke says, sweet, my Soma Labs Flux, the theremin-like instrument I ordered, is at Envios Fast Tracks Managua office. We tried to go there today. My wife got lost and frustrated, so we had them send things to us by cargo trans. That's pretty funny. I got 10 rands. What is 10 rand worth? I bet that's more than 10 Cordoba. Which would not be a huge feat. Yeah! Don, you made out. That's worth over 20 Cordoba. Wow. And you thought you got gypped, but you didn't. You made out. You got a full extra 10 Cordoba in that transaction. Phil says, we got pulled over on the way leaving Granada that night towards Messiah. The cop guy was a bit scary because you never know. I hear sometimes they ask for bribes. They do not. Completely fake. Like, no. Somewhere in a remote area, maybe. It is such BS that people are asking for bribes. So I've been here for 5 years. I do not know of a person, and we drive a lot. I've been pulled over 5 times in one day. The number of times I've been asked for a bribe is 0. The number of times of everyone I know that has been pulled over and asked for a bribe is 0. And every time someone has said, oh, I get shaken down, blah, 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 when I started asking them, they would admit that they had broken the law, and what they called being shaken down was just getting a ticket. And so I'm at a current 100% of people I've managed to talk to about it kind of admitted that they lied about being asked for a bribe. I'm not saying that there are 0 bribes going on. There are certainly 0 bribes in that zone, right? That is a well-patrolled zone. Now, there is a big difference between someone shaking you down and if you bribe someone because you broke the law. That is not asking for a bribe. Someone might accept a bribe. It's not the same thing, right? If you actually get caught and you're actually in trouble and you bribe someone, that is not a cop shaking you down. And you don't know that it's a bribe if you're doing it properly. Does that make sense? If the way that people normally do it is you're simply paying your ticket, and if they pass the money on or not is no business of yours. You don't know if you've bribed them. That's not right. If you're doing it properly, if you're attempting to do the right thing, all of that bribe stuff is just stories people make up. Now, long ago, absolutely, it was the norm, but that was quite some time ago. That has changed. There's huge penalties. They are in super big danger if they were doing that out there. But people who are trying to scare you off, people who don't know Nicaragua very well or think you don't, they will tell you that stuff. And yeah, because somebody somewhere has a potentially plausible story about it. But actually dig into those stories and you'll start being like, oh, if we were to use the same terminology in the United States, the cops are, shaking me down, asking for bribes all the time. Really? American cops ask you for bribes? Like obviously that has happened, but like all the time? Oh my gosh, yeah. When I was a kid, I'd be speeding all over. Man, they'd ask for bribes all the time. You'd be like, wait. But so you broke the law. You got a speeding ticket. Well, yeah, but I had to pay it. It's not a bribe. That's the fine. Oh, well, I guess if you want to call it that. Like that's not what that means, right? But that's what people are doing here to try to make it sound like they didn't do something, right? Like I've had to pay here, but I broke the law, Like it was my multa, my fine. Luke says we're about to see if Cargo Trans fails me again with the get a cab for final leg delivery. Eric says, have you bought hi-fi audio equipment in Nicaragua? I've definitely not done that. I am pretty sure they don't sell Wi-Fi here. Wait, did I say hi-fi? Yes, I'm pretty sure they don't sell hi-fi here. As an audiophile, nothing I would consider hi-fi have I ever seen in a store here, but I haven't seen any in the U.S. for 20 years either. That's pretty much gone away. I do have some really high-end stuff that will ship down. I've got some like monoblocks and really nice preamps and some stuff that'll eventually get here. I've got some totem speakers that are old now, old, but man, totems. I wonder if they're even still around as a company. Now I'm going to look that up. Do people even buy hi-fi anymore? Does anyone even know what hi-fi is anymore? That's so sad because like our music equipment when I was 20, was so amazing, and everyone I knew had real hi-fi equipment. Now I've seen in the last 15 years one hi-fi rig, and it was in a high-rise in Kiev 7 years ago. Like, it makes me sad. They're still around. Canadian-made totems. They still look like the ones I have. They've really not changed. That's amazing. Janet says, woohoo, doubled your money if you go to South Africa someday. Carl says, has there been any additional discussion or progression on building the canal in Nicaragua? I mean, there's no canal in Nicaragua. There's nothing to progress on. What canal are you thinking of? There is no discussions whatsoever. There have never been any discussions, and there has never been a canal. Nothing of the sort. And there never will be. Like, that is such a prank played on Americans. There is nothing here at all. It's a huge joke for the outside. And here no one thinks about it, right? Like, everyone's aware that there was like what essentially mounts now to a prank on Americans, and it's a continuing one. Every time Nicaragua wants to kind of show off that they can manipulate the U.S., they bring up the canal and everyone freaks out. And they're like, look at these people. But as far as like here, no. Eric says, I've seen some used Onkyo or Yamaha surround amps in Nicaragua. Yeah, definitely not hi-fi. I love Onkyo, like they make great stuff, but they're kind of a decent mid-fi. And hi-fi is generally not surround sound. Can be, but generally not. Generally, hi-fi does not have multiple channels and gear, though. So you can get decent stuff. I wonder where my Onkyos are. because that's what I use for like, I say I use. All my stuff's in storage. Everything has been unused for decades. I might own multiple Onkios. I honestly don't know anymore. I have no idea what's coming in my storage unit when it finally comes. Phil says, overall, I had a good trip. The heat was a bit rough for me. Thanks for your channel and info. I appreciate the comments on the bribe stuff. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you will hear a lot of people talking about the bribes. It's mostly people trying to either cover for themselves or disparage something, and it's pretty rare that I hear it now. I think it's the news has gotten out that that's not really going on, and people know to question it and push back a bit. And again, I'm not saying it couldn't happen. I'm just saying, like, I drive a lot. I drive with people a lot. I have multiple cars going everywhere. We do a lot of things. I've been pulled over a lot. I've had a lot of deep inspections. I've had them pull my car apart. Never had anything like that. I do not think that word means what you think it means. Carl says, normally if you commit a traffic infraction, they take your license and issue a ticket. Yep, exactly. Then you have to go to the bank, pay the ticket, take the receipt to the police station to get your license. Correct. It's a pain in the butt, but it's not a lot of money. And if you're thinking that they're shaking you down or whatever, you can always opt for that. Be like, here you go, take my license, let's do this, right? I'll see you at the police station. Luke says, if it ain't Best Buy, they've never heard of it. Luke says, Carl, and no Chinese port with the city attached either. Eric says, Technolite is a store in Nicaragua that sells denim, but I don't know if they still sell them. Or Managua. Oh, yeah, Managua. Denim. I used to have evaporated diamond denim headset. Long ago. Man, they're still in business. So many of these companies, like you mentioned these, I'm like, wait, they still make stuff? That's crazy. They've been around for forever, and I haven't seen denim gear in as long as I can remember. They still look the same. Prices aren't. My gosh. I guess no one buys, like, stereos anymore. Right? Like, when I was 20, 25, everyone I knew had high-end home theater setups, hi-fi systems, like, and most of us owned both, right? We'd have a listening room with hi-fi, and then we'd have a theater room with multi-channel. We all did. All my friends had that. Like, it was hardcore. We all did it. We all dropped thousands of dollars. And this is 30, 40 years ago, right? Tens of thousands of dollars today. Or maybe $10,000. All of us. And that was just a normal thing. And none of us had very much money. This is just where all your money went. And then one day, like, everybody stopped. Everyone went, oh, speakers and stereos, and it's just... No. And the whole thing just vanished. I haven't heard a surround sound system in so long. I haven't heard, except for that one afternoon having beers with a guy in Kiev with a, like, Sonic Frontier tube amp, right? Like, the whole listening experience. And the idea of, like, my kids popping in. So when I was the same age as my eldest, I was just getting close to opening a high-end... I had a hi-fi sound company, like store business when I was still a teenager. Like, that I was really into this. Imagining her getting classical albums and being really excited about a new symphony performing a Bach concerto, I can't imagine her caring. Getting the latest jazz album from something, I can't imagine her caring. Setting up a room for perfect audio, just not stuff she was ever going to do. And I can't imagine my daughter doing it, but I can't imagine anybody that age doing it. Like, the whole idea that you're going to sit in a chair and just concentrate on, you know, some amazing jazz, for me sounds like heaven. And for my kids, they'd be like, what are you doing? Right? And I'd be like, but I'm listening. And they'd be like, why? Now, they do have, right, so these are the Apple EarPods or whatever. Like, these sound pretty decent. Like, they're right up there with some of my really good headphones from decades ago. All right. So, in many ways, they've managed to make decent audio accessible, but they've made high-end audio, really amazing audio, unheard of, no pun intended. It's like, I don't know, the world has, it's a weird aspect of the world to have changed, I think. Like, who would have guessed that having amazing music at home would, instead of being a thing that just kept getting better, was a thing that got so much worse. Now, for people who do nothing, it's gotten a lot better, right? Like, the sound coming out of my television now is way better than the sound coming out of my television 20 years ago. And so I guess that wiped out certain ranges. And it's kind of like cameras, right? All the entry-level decent cameras are long gone. And what's available now is either really high-end cameras or just use your phone, right? And so this has become my stereo system. These have become my speakers. Everybody has access to decent stuff, but nobody has access to amazing stuff anymore until you're spending just outrageous amounts of money. And it's like, all right, that's kind of sad. And now just saying it, and of course, you know, I'm looking at building a house. When I build a house, I am definitely making our video gaming movie room. I'm not going to have a separate listening room and a separate, like, I'm not going to go too far. But I'm definitely going to have a nice stereo with nice speakers and make the thing, like, nice, right? And like Eric is saying, like an Onkyo, right? I'm not going to go nuts. I'm not going to blow my kid's inheritance on something. But I would like to at least be somewhat competitive with the stereo I owned in 1997. That doesn't seem like I'm asking too much, right? I also like hi-fi or mid-fi rather. I've only heard Onkyo and Sony with clipped speakers. Oh, okay. So yeah, a little bit different experience there. I'm definitely into Conrad Johnson tube amps with. I once was in a so I used to be like the junkie that hung out at the high-end store, and I remember one time they unboxed. Oh, what was it? Teals, pair of Teals. Now this is in 1994. These babies must have been $25,000. And they pulled them out. They were the best speakers they'd ever had at the store. So today's money, I don't know, $50,000, $75,000 easy. Pulled these babies out, set them up, hooked it all up, and everyone in the store was, you know, all the people who worked there. And I was the only not worker, and they're like, because they know I was always there. And I had, at home, I had all, you know, gold-plated everything, coppers, like I was dropping $500 on speaker cables back then, like hardcore. And my wife was into it, right? We bought totems together when we were first married. And I went in there with those Teals, and we're listening to this piece, and everyone's just, and I'm like, that speaker's messed up. And they're like, what? Like, you're kidding me. I'm like, no, this is what's wrong. And they're like, no way. And they took the speaker apart, and they actually found out what was wrong and had it fixed. And but I was the only one who could hear something wrong on a $25,000 speaker. Luke says, Cat 8 hardwired system for home theater room. Luke says, I've seen some good brands in the used market in Nicaragua. I'm not a fan of clips. I really like Paradigm. Did I get a doggy back? I was a huge Paradigm fan back in the day, and they're still around, so they're not crazy, or weren't. It's been so long, I don't know who's crazy anymore. I remember I had, so I had a pretty epic system. So there was a time when Marantz was actually really good. Now is Marantz Onkyo now? Who are they? forget who bought them. Someone embarrassing, I feel like. They're part of Sound United. Oh, they're part of Denon. That's right. So they were the upper. So Denon bought them. I got Marantz before Denon bought them. So Marantz used to be on the low end of high end, and then Denon bought them, and they became the high end of mid end, right? But Marantz was pretty good. Then Marantz went way downhill once they got like it, over time. Denon kind of took them into a different world. Oh, and it's all part of Samsung now. Layer after layer after layer. But so I had Marantz monoblocks, right? And so these are single channel amplifiers. There's no preamp. There's no volume knob. This is just massive power. Like these were some of the best solid states you could buy. And I had 5 of them by the end, but I had 2, and I had very near the high end of Paradigm at the time. These are I don't know, 4-foot tall towers. Like these were massive. And I had everything hooked up through an attenuator, no preamp, so there's nothing to make the sound degradate, right? This was straight, just when you opened it all the way up, it was just the source, like the CD player, went straight to the amp. There was nothing in between. When the volume was all the way up, it was simply a pass-through. I put in earplugs. I was at my dad's place, and it was a farm, right? So it was the house, and then a big open area, then the barn, and then the fields beyond. My father was working beyond the barn. I was in my bedroom. Windows were closed. I set up the speakers, and I wanted to see how the system was working, right? Because I would use it all the time, and I'd listen to it loud, and it sounded great, but I wanted to see what it could do. So I put in the earplugs, like industrial earplugs, and I opened it, and it nearly took the glass out of the windows. My dad said on the far side of the barn, it was like he was sitting in a concert hall at full volume. It was so loud and crystal clear all the way out there. You could hear it for a mile in every direction. And in the house, like I could hear the glass rattling in the windows. And this is a modern house. Like it was pulling the glass out of the windows. You could not hear distortion on those speakers. It was so amazing. I loved it. And back then Paradigm had this trade-up program where you'd buy your first Paradigms for like $300, and as long as you moved to a higher model, they would give you 100% of your money back. So I would be like, I bought a $300 model, then I go back with another $300 and go for the $600 model, just give them $300 plus the original ones. So they would see me every month or two. I would be doing a trade up. So I started with their small bookends and just went and then to their floor standings and worked my way up until I had the top of the line, and just kept doing that. And which was a brilliant program, right? Because how many people managed to get into different used ones because of me, got into the same thing and got addicted just like I did. So I think they did pretty well with it, even though it seems like, how did they make money that way? I think they did great. So I think in storage, either I gave one of these away or I have a nice Onkyo and a nice Marantz receiver in storage, plus my 5 Marantz monoblocks should be in there. I don't think I gave those away. Luke says, early class in the morning, audio y'all. New brands, got 5. Oh, Conrad Janssen, that's very high end. I think maybe you can import it from the U.S. with the shipping and ordering company. Well, yeah, of course I can import it. That would be no problem to import. You're certainly allowed to have it. It's just who's going to spend that kind of money. If I sell those, I got rid of those Paradigms long ago. But my totems are worlds beyond. My totems match the Conrad Janssens. My Paradigms were more like matching the Marantz. Marantz is still good. They're not bad, I don't think. But the last that I saw them, they were selling them at Best Buy, for example. So they're not even the high mid end anymore. But they're okay. Like, I mean, everyone's shifted around. But yeah, it should be a step beyond Yamaha and Denon, because Yamaha and Denon and Onkyo should all be about the same, right? That's the entry mid end traditionally is those brands, Sony, Pioneer, and then Yamaha, I don't remember if they had another step up. Denon's step up was Marantz. Onkyo's step up, I have to look it up. I forget their name. Was it Omega? Oh my gosh. Pioneer was so big back in the day. Onkyo bought Pioneer not long ago. And then the two together went bankrupt in 2022. Okay, this is confusing. Onkyo's first name was Osaka Denki Onkyo. And there's another company called Nippon Denki Onkyo. They rebranded as Denon. At one point, Onkyo and Denon basically had the same name. And then they said, that's dumb. Integra. All right, that must be it. So Onkyo has that step up. And then Pioneer had a step up with Pioneer Elite. So I used to have Pioneer Elite gear and Marantz, but I never had Integra. A buddy of mine did. I had Onkyo for like my throw it in the living room kind of stuff. My dad had Pioneer. I remember him getting Pioneer when I was a kid. I like Onkyo because I find that it's like, or was, where you get the really good value, where you're not like paying for a brand and not getting anything for it. But what sucks for me though is I don't want home theater gear. What I want is a simple receiver that's actually, well, I don't actually want a receiver anymore. I want HDMI input and an amp. Right? I don't want radio functionality. I don't want it to be smart. I don't want anything but 2-channel audio. And no one makes the logical middle ground anymore. It's like once you're going for stuff, it's like, oh, you got to have all these speakers everywhere, and it's like I don't want speakers everywhere. Like that doesn't make the sound better. It never did. It was never supposed to do that. That's why hi-fi was always limited to 2 channels. And it's like, oh, but you can watch with all the movie sound. Well, yeah, but I don't have space for that either. Yeah. I would like a pair of paradigms, though. And a house to match. Alright, this looks like it's roughly... It's a different model today. But the Persona 9H. That would have been roughly the equivalent of what I had back then. Oh, they make them in all kinds of wild colors now. It's pretty crazy. How do you find out what these things cost? It's funny, I forget what a huge part of my life that was at one time. Oh, okay, here we go. So roughly, so the Absolute Sound talks about these speakers. These are roughly the model that I had. They've changed names and design over time. If you were to buy them today, $35,000. Yep. I feel like I gave them away. I probably sold them, but I think I gave them away. Okie dokie then. I might not need those for my house. That might be overkill. Wow. Anywho, how many people do we have on? I've not looked in a while. Oh, we're down to just 10. We're getting pretty quiet. Luke left and everybody bailed. Gene Legoff is still here. I sold my parents on Nicaragua. Awesome. They will visit for a month. They were originally going to go to Mexico, but the prices are getting unreasonable. Mexico's got a huge economy these days, and they do not want North Americans moving in there. I don't know how bad that really is, but what we're hearing is that it's gotten rough. Obviously, you always hear much worse than it really is, but it's definitely not the playground for North Americans anymore. Which is going to send a lot of people into Central America for sure, because we're nearby and have a lot similar. But that's awesome. Do you know where they're looking at potentially moving? Do they have any idea? Don Timoteo, I have my VPN set to Canada and I get tons of ads for condos in Mexico. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I never see stuff like that. Because I have my ad set here, obviously. Federico says, when you get residency, you have to pay a deposit equal to a flight home price in case they want to deport you. That's weird. And I don't know anyone who's had to do that. Maybe he got in some kind of trouble. They don't know the country at all. I'll probably go with them and suggest where to go. All right, cool. Do you know what part of Mexico they were looking at, or are they just thinking Mexico? I'm glad that I did Mexico a year or two ago because they were still happy that I was there at the time. Finally finishing my smoothie. Mi batido. I don't know, but I've heard from others that it's getting very expensive. One guy told me about $1,100 airplane rides. Mexico's definitely getting more expensive, but what? What does that even mean? Flights around Mexico are like $40. Like it's... So I'm worried that they may be getting the wrong end of the stick. Mexico is getting expensive, meaning less cheap, but it's not Okay, but $1,100 Canadian is still not $40 American. Like, are you saying $1,100 from Canada? Because I feel like, what part of Canada? Like Mexico's a very cheap destination. You can spend a lot of money, and the peso's getting really strong, and you know, a lot of things. Oh, Jerry's asking me something. Round trip flight. Oh, okay. I mean, from here they're a little bit more expensive. That's because we only have one flight option between us and Canada. But if we, between us and Mexico. But if you go down to Costa Rica, we can get in and out really cheap. It's just because Nicaragua is specifically tough. All right, so I'm just looking at Google Flights real quick, which is definitely not the most reliable, but they're showing, you know, $440 round trip. And that's to Mexico City, which is not the cheapest, but it's the cool place. Delta's only in the 600s. Aeromexico is only in the five. Was only 583 nonstop round trip. 581 Air Canada. It's actually cheaper for you from Canada than it is for us from Nicaragua. American only 557. That's American prices, but that's still not that bad. Like, what are you getting? Like, your prices to Mexico should be about the same as your prices here. It's not like, however you're getting to Mexico, however you're getting here, you should be able to get to Mexico for the same or less. Just because they have so many more flight options, more airlines, more airports. I know all the Canadians who come here, it's super expensive, but it's not that Mexico's getting expensive or Nicaragua's getting expensive. It's that sometimes Canadian flights get more expensive, but it's a universal thing, not a where you're going thing. Have I gone to Momotombo volcano near Lake Lago Managua? I mean, which one is Momotombo? There's so many volcanoes. Make sure I'm talking about the right one. Yeah. Momotombo. I've done a video on it. That's where the power station is, and the old port of Leon is there. You don't tend to really go to volcanoes a ton. They're just part of the landscape, and things happen around them. So, like, they're always there. We're always near them. And we see, Momotombo we see from everywhere, right? Because it sits on the lake. And then the little one out in the lake, Momotombito. But Momotombo is not in... Oh, you didn't say in Managua. Near the lake, near Xolotl. Yes, it's in Leon. So the original city of Leon actually was on the slopes of Momotombo. And then they said, volcanoes, this is stupid. And they moved. Jean says, Avianca has hands down the cheapest flights that I saw. It's one of the reasons I went to Nicaragua. So I was just looking at Google Flights, so I know that they are completely BS a lot. It was the most expensive one, though, that I saw. Everyone was cheap. It was like $900. Everybody else is like $400 or $500. Eric says there is a small volcano on an island near Mombotumbo. It's called Mombotumbito. That's what I just said. On the lake, Mombotumbito. Yes, we see that from all the drives because of where we drive to and from. Because we go between Leon and Managua. If you look at the map, we drive right along all those volcanoes all the time. So we have so much time spent looking at them because they're on the way to everything. Now, I've never been out to Mombotumbito. I think it'd be really freaking cool to go out to the island and check it out. Luke just responded in the other thing. So this is interesting. So Frederico just said that both Luke and Luke just disappeared, but he's on the chat, had to pay, and they would not accept the cheap ones, had to be over $450. It is a deposit that you have to pay in case they ask you to fly home. And I'm like, I've never heard of this. And some other people are like, we're residents, we've never heard of this. It's the immigration deposit. And Luke just said, investor visas don't require it, but pensioners and rentistas, the retirement visas, require that you show you have enough money to get out. So, interesting. I mean, it makes sense, but I had not heard that before. So I can't tell if there's actually anything. I don't think there's anything on the island with Mombotumbito. But how cool would it be to go out there and like check it out? It looks like you can land on the west side and go there. It's a small island and very fascinating. I would like to visit that Mombotumbito island, but it's very wild and mountainous, and you have to look for a tour or something. Yeah, I have no idea who does a tour of it. Maybe Volcano Day does, but I don't know that they have a boat. But that would be super cool. If you're coming from the port of Mombotumbo, it's really not far. It's right in front of them. So I'm sure that's where you would launch from, or you might be able to. Yeah, I don't know where else there would be a place to put a boat in. I was looking along the shore there. Yeah, no one's got a boat launch. It's a cool area. Can you hear the radio? I bet you guys could make out every word coming off the radio. You know, it's funny that you would get a tour on an island so small because it's a tiny circle. What is there to see? Oh, we still got 12 people, and we're about to hit 300 views. We are over 5 hours. You guys are getting pretty quiet, though. I feel like the Port of Mombotumbo needs something. Something needs to happen out there to, like, up the... Like, there needs to be an attraction or something. I know that Leon Antiguo is up there, but that... Or Leon Viejo... That doesn't really draw people in, and the whole like little waterfront thing they got going on there just isn't enough. Somebody needs to put something really interesting in there as like a draw, because it's a beautiful little area. It's a neat little out of the way spot. It really could it really could do something, but all the little restaurants are in an area where they go underwater and get destroyed. So it's like, okay, no one's going to invest anything there because everything goes underwater. And the village is so small that it doesn't really support anything. And it makes it really challenging. They need someone to put, like, I don't know, like, it needs like a little amusement park or something. Something cool. And then there's Miralargo, right in front of it. And there's the Hotel Cubanica. It's probably the Cubanica. Oh my gosh, this hotel. It's one of those super long links that you can't actually use. Thanks, Google. It's a Google link and you can't put it in YouTube. That's just dumb. I've been to that place. I didn't stop and eat, but yeah, the Cubanica. But it's a funny little place. Well, yeah, now it worked. I had to switch links. And then there's this place, which is probably the best food around, right? Like, you just know when it looks like this, it's going to be good. It's just funny that that's what there is. All right, guys, I'm going to say it's getting pretty quiet. It's probably a good time to call it a night. We are over 5 hours. I thought we would go later, but we had a lot of people drop off, and it's gotten really quiet. It's mostly just Eric and I talking stereos and little volcanic islands, which is cool and all, but, oh, there's a thing called Origin Adventure Park not far from there. Is that really an adventure park? What is it really? Looks like just rowboats in a lake, maybe? Okay. Well, that looks interesting and all. There's just a cute... Laguna del Tigre. That's right there. I always forget that that's what that is. That's not very high. I need to go there and film too. All these places. Lots of things need to be done. I just need time. Time and a driver's license. All right, everybody. Well, thank you so much for hopping on and doing the show tonight and hanging out for such a long time. And always a lot of fun. It's great that we're able to do this on a Thursday night. I really appreciate it. If anyone wants to throw their support over on Buying Me a Coffee, you can buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.com/ScottAllenMiller. You know, I should probably mention that at some point during the show and not when it's over. But I try not to be too pushy, but I do want to remind people that it's there. Anyway, thanks everybody for joining us. I'm going to go hang out with my kids, maybe watch a movie or something, and hope everybody has a good night. So I will see you all tomorrow.